poesia.
Circle it. Circle. You let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable. Triple kill. Wipeout. Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Good job.
Here I come.
Quateri kill.
I'm Army Armstrong. Are you ready for Microsoft Monster Truck Madness?
Shut down.
Triple kill.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
He really did it! He did!
Killing spree. Shut down.
Team Wipeout. Team wipeout.
Lottery kill.
Killing spree. Team wipeout.
Killing spree.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless like on the ground, fingers going crazy all alone, and he gets caught furry round. Second Booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามี RQ ครับผมเล่นดี
Digs now. Exposy gets the
Oh
back
my
down
gosh,
and high down on the ground. Exposy gets down on the circle.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the boot.
หลังนะจุ๊บ
Members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Thấy là đang đánh giá khá cao WBG.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable. Triple kill. Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Good job.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Chin too low on that HP and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless like on the ground, fingers gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught furry red. Second Booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดี
Digs now. Exposy gets the back down and high down on the ground. Exposy get down on the circle.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the boot. Members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is going to cost them the booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Đấy rồi, em đang đánh giá khá cao WZ.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable. Triple kill. Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Wipeout.
Killing spree.
Killing spree. Killing spree. Good job.
Here I come.
Quateri kill.
I'm Army Armstrong. Are you ready for Microsoft Monster Truck Madness?
Shutdown.
Triple kill.
Killing spree.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Absolutely, and there's no doubt whatsoever they are going to be able to pull this off. Shin too low on that HP and RRQ.
Strategi yang lain pasti ada, tapi nggak mau kasih tahu.
Trying to find somebody nameless like on the ground. Fingers gone crazy all alone, and he gets caught furry round. Second Booyah
ก็ตอนนี้น่ามีคิวครับผมเล่นดีอะ
Digs now. Exposy gets the
Oh
back
my
down.
gosh.
Get high down on the ground. Exposy get down on the circle.
Lagi gua main, lu nggak akan bisa menang lawan tim gua.
As many as he can take out, if he clutches it, he will be godly. But AG come up on top of the boom.
หลักนะจุ๊บ
Members, and it looks like an overextension from GOW is gonna cost them the booyah.
You running out of members, running out of stamina. Wasana will not stand.
Thấy rồi, đang đánh giá khá cao WBG.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Quadra kill. Dominating.
Killing spree.
Unstoppable.
Killing spree.
in here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang e-posnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was divided with the final Booyah.
All right, it's your time. Survivors, this is one of the final weeks you have to collect as many points as possible. If you guys are not excited, this is the Free Fire World Series happening once again for the fall season. By the way, this is going to be FFWS 2024's fall season. My name is Getting Q. This is AJ Mustachio at the helm to make sure that you guys are entertained for the rest of today. Now, we did see yesterday a lot of great plays, but we're running short of time before we make it to the point rush. So top 12 is going to be the goal for every team we have here today.
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And I know one team, Gideon, that's definitely going to be a little heartbroken. They're going to be crying a little bit. I think not a little bit. A lot of tears will be shed. Onyx Olympus yesterday, just before ending the day, we found out they got 15 points deducted from themselves and they have dropped into the bottom 6. And today, Group C, they can't really do anything about it. What we can see is Group A with PE Sports trying their very best to run away from teams like Onyx Olympus as well as their own brothers Heavy. And that is definitely going to be one of the main points to look out for today.
I know everybody is trying to get to point rush, but yeah, it is an unfortunate situation for Onyx, but it doesn't mean that they can't recover. They still technically have a day to collect as many points as possible, but it does mean that teams like PE Sports have the golden opportunity to actually overtake them and increase that point lead, because that's what we were talking about last week, right? Last week we were wondering whether PE Sports had what it took, and this might just be that opportunity.
Absolutely. I mean, it could take away their spirits or it could do the exact opposite, right? It could just make them explode. They know now their necks are on the line and they have to go all out on their final day of play. But of course, we'll wait for Group C to join us a little bit later on. For today, it is going to be the battle between Groups A as well as B. Yesterday, we didn't get to see Group B in action, so it's going to be their very first time for this week. And obviously, whenever Group B is in the concern, it is going to be RRQ in the conversation as well.
Oh, but of course. And I think it's interesting to see how people are now recognizing RRQ as a legitimate threat. Even, you know, during interviews, we were hearing their name pop up here and there. Similar play styles, even though that it may not necessarily be as similar as most people think. But Point Rush and the Grand Finals, if you guys have the opportunity, head on over. It's between the October 11th to 13th. So please book your tickets while you still can. Show on up and watch these exciting teams. Our top 12 kick it out. Now, introducing Group A with PE Sports, Buriram United, AG Global, Star Knights, Attack All Around, and Vamos. Group B being Falcons, Expand, Todak, God of Volt, GOW, RRQ, and as well as Hua. They're going to be competing here today, and I'm excited to see Group B, right? Throughout the league, I haven't seen too much of Group B, but these final coming weeks, I understand why everybody's so excited about them.
Yeah, from this particular combination of groups, the one team that we can potentially look at from the bottom 6 would be Star Knights. They already had their day of play yesterday. So today's their final day, their final opportunity, 6 rounds. They cannot waste it. Yesterday, we saw a few mistakes being made by the squad. But after seeing what they could do on the Esports World Cup stage, we know that they are most definitely true underdogs. When push comes to shove, they should be able to deliver. Unfortunately, 18 Day hasn't really come online just yet. He used to be known as the clutch god during the Esports World Cup. In this particular competition, though, he hasn't been shining as much.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like, the Esports World Cup is very unique in its own sense, where more explosive teams, and honestly, that final endgame definitely left an impression in people's minds. But the meta has not only changed, and I also think that right now, those who are in the top 3 are pretty safe and secure. There's quite a distance between 2 and 3, 81 point difference, and of course, BRU sitting on top, not only breaking the 1,000 point marks, but honestly killing it in every single department in stats.
Yeah, speaking of BRU, here is one of the most deadliest players out of the team. Currently ranked 2nd in terms of damage, 2nd in terms of knockdowns as well. And they are number 1 in terms of points. Buriram has always been the wrecker. But obviously, we also need to focus on AG Global. Last week, they had their most explosive week in comparison to their whole run throughout the whole knockout stage. And they are most definitely one team that you have to look out for if you are Buriram and if you're aiming to grab as many booyahs as possible from the day.
I remember seeing week number 5, man. They nearly did it. So close to try and contest BRU's overall unbroken streak of having 5 booyahs, and they may be turning it into a 6. That was a good time to watch. But now, overall, we need to talk about the bottom tier teams, because unfortunately for them, it's not like it's impossible to make it into the top 12, but I feel like it's kind of laid out. Like Expand, for example, will not be able to get enough points to make it into top 12. But then we look over at Vamos as well. Just feels like these teams are not only underperforming, but unfortunately just don't jive with the current meta in these lobbies.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Malaysian teams really need to figure out exactly how they're going to be able to hop back onto this bandwagon so that they can start flying out of the country to really compete for that top prize. For the time being, Toda, Vamos, as well as Expand, there's a high probability that Toda will join Vamos and Expand, but there is that one slight possibility that a miracle can happen. But in order for that miracle to happen, Toda needs to have that 5 booyah kind of day, and thus find the whole knockout stage. Throughout 60 games, they've only had 1 booyah to their name, so I don't know if I'm asking for too much. I think I'm asking for too much.
It might be the case. I do feel like Malaysian teams, at the very least, are trying to do different things, but even for like Star Knights, for an example, it's very up and down performances. And I think at the end of it, based on the track record of all the teams who are playing here today, usually if they win on Bermuda, it's going to be a hot day for them.
Absolutely. And of course, the top 3 teams that we can look out for: EVOS Divine, AG Global, as well as RRQ. They are the ones who usually do very, very well on this map. AG Global as well as RRQ, Buriram United, all 3 teams have got 2 booyahs each on Bermuda, so it should be a close fight. But there's one underdog on this map that is currently not the top performer on Bermuda, but actually has 3 booyahs to their name, and that's Attack All Around. I've got them in my list. I assume they are going to be performing very, very well today, because they have been on the upward trend in the recent past, especially whenever groups A and B interact with each other.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, well, obviously the patch has definitely slowed down their overall point game, but I think they definitely still maintain their overall playstyle. I do think that it really just boils down to like one decision that sets Attack All Around into that top 3 or drops them bottom 6.
Yeah, absolutely right. They're currently 9 points behind RRQ. RRQ is 9 points behind WAG. WAG won't be able to do anything today as they are in Group C, so it's going to be a day of climbing the leaderboard for both RRQ and Attack All Around. There's going to be a personal fight between these 2 teams. That's definitely something that we can look out for as well. The team below these 2 is Falcon, and Falcon hasn't really been having a great run throughout the whole knockout stage. They have insisted in staying throughout the mid-tier card as far as a threat is concerned from the squad, and I think this is just an ace up their sleeves. They are waiting for that final week, but I want to see some action from them on this final week of the knockout stage as well.
You're absolutely right, and it's time to start off this action in Bermuda. Let's check out that flight path to see whether or not we're going to get a skewed one or it's going to be graceful, because I don't know about you. I've been seeing plenty of generosity for our RNG map gods when it comes down to these flight paths.
Yeah, the flight path has gotten soft on us, man. I don't think it wants to, be a rebel without a cause anymore. I think it's trying to be as fair as possible to all of these teams. But yeah, I'm hoping for some chaos. Give me some slight chaos skewed towards the left a little bit, but nothing game-breaking for some of these squads out there. Toda, though, I am not so sure what's going on here with their drop.
Well, interesting spread that they have there. Let's see whether Falcons are going to take full advantage of this. I mean, if Shipyard doesn't work for them, at the very least, Traps or maybe even Raja can do something about it, get a full revive. But the early engagements, yes, this is very similar to last week where you see Vamos and as well as PE Sports going straight at it.
Yep, beautiful play by Don't Cry. He had the level 1 AUG in hand. The spray's absolutely sublime, and probably his opponent didn't really have enough of that Western helmet on him. Can he go for a double though? Mikata step in right behind him, and this is a 2v1. Don't Cry, 11 HP left, could not have taken that fight, but still had to step on out. PBT right behind, does manage to get a knock, but Don't Cry will not be saved. Jun gets that confirmation on him, and off they go, Team Vamos. They do not want to stay and play.
Yep, I like the play. Hit quick, move away as quickly as possible, right? A lot of the big problems that we see from Vamos is they end up overextending and sticking around a little bit too long, especially when they're looking for these big giant squad wipes. But now we look on over to the Star Knights up against Hua, and Hua ain't happy with this. Shin's gonna have a little bit of trouble, but he's still alive as they've already knocked 18 deer to secure that elimination. Faiz is on an off angle, will drop down. Will drop down the Riptide Rhythm towards Death's side. If he can get that knock there, that'd be great, but forces the Tatsuya instead.
Yeah, beautiful play with that Rebel Rush. He rushes to his defense, and Death does not fall dead. Good play. And off screen, we did manage to see a play from the side of Expand getting taken out by Buriram. Fingers crossed, the full squad is not right in front of the ravages of this knockout stage, because Expand will not be able to sustain a battle like that.
But they are lingering around, right? Which begs the question whether Hua wants to stick around longer than they should. And it looks like they're going to bail out of here to maybe play for the inner circle. We know that at least 25 seconds until the blue starts to close in rapidly. Until that point, it's like, oh wait, actually it's a bit of both here. The Star Knights, still with 2 members available, trying to take out Mikito. Finally knocks him after so long. Now, this gives Hua the opportunity that they've been looking for, right? They know that everybody else has been cleared out, and it's their time to start hitting hard.
A valiant effort by Mikit, but I'm not too sure exactly what he thought was going to happen in this situation. Hua Esports, they hear those gunshots, they drop by to say hello, and an easy point for them. Now the compound is cleared, all for them to loot up.
I like it. I like it. Keep your backs clear. Play on the outskirts of the island. Outer circle teams are always going to be my favorite. But here we go. Todak going to be walking towards Rivermouth here. Let's see whether they can find Don't Cry. Trying to be real sneaky.
Trying to make Don't Cry cry a little bit early game. I wonder if or not he will shed a tear. Sneaky indeed with his spot finally found. It's a 2v1. Don't Cry can't really get away from this sticky situation. Can try to waste as much time as possible. But you know, Thoda, they're going to go for each and every single point they see available out there on the battlefield. And 44 in hand does manage to take a couple of shots, put it through Raja's chest. But he is being rushed by 2 players. LBT does join them though. This could just be a 2v2 or potentially a 2v3. If at all PE makes one small mistake here, LBT caught out. And Don't Cry will get taken down by Traps first. So LBT in a lot of trouble.
All right, let's see whether or not LBT is also going to fall victim to this. And almost, just as I call it, goes down straight away by Wings. All right, so pretty good start overall. At least 3 eliminations for Todak, one of their better starts. But then again, this is one of their better maps overall. If they build, hopefully they generate enough momentum to carry them out through throughout the next 6 maps. But now we're looking over at the Star Knights as well, who again, I would assume that they want to be a little bit safer, try to play for some at least minimum 6 placement points before they start getting aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, get to, at the very least, circle number 4 before you start going crazy out there. So the biggest of priority now for Star Knights is to keep their heads down, as they're doing right now, and try to look for that circle and some defensive spots. Falcons, on the other hand, going to find themselves a good prey to hunt down. Demon caught outside. Easy point for Falcons.
Good stuff. Falcons still playing very atypically. You know, they don't really break out of their play style. Wait in the blue. Try and make sure that their backs are as clean as possible before they start making their way in towards the ring. They don't mind. Early rings, barely. The damage is negligible. Most of the time, you can get away with a single med to make it back in.
And of course, Falcons not going to be disturbed at all by this first circle leaving them. The blue is just about tickling them. I don't think it's enough to even make them smile. Star Knights, on the other hand, though, they might just come across Legaloth as they rotate around. I wonder if someone has used that R1 scan already, because they look like they're looking for someone, but they could just be looking for loot. So Legaloth might just be saved at the Thompson. My goodness, he went in for the strike but could not finish the job. Perhaps he will be punished. Legolas does get the knock. Raz is there to save the day, to pick up 18 deer as well as Legolas bleeds out.
Begs the question, what is Legolas doing here in the first place? I did see them actually go for the revive, but then it still means that Legolas was either getting chased by somebody and then has to pass the baton on. I can only assume that Expand maybe caught him mid-rotation, because again, there is a marketplace here as well as a POI to revive your members. Now, both of these teams will have to face each other. Wait, I just saw Hua in the back. They're crossing the bridge right now. Axel now taking contact against the Star Knights, and I want to see how Hua plays this out. They can just walk away from this fight altogether, or they can circle the compound.
Yeah, Hua seems oblivious to the presence of Expand and Star Knights here. They're just rotating away, looking for their own defensive spot. But of course, if Vamos chooses to enter the circle, they may just come across Hua Esports. It could just be exactly what Hua needs early game.
Well, let's find out, because looking at the standings so far, plenty of eliminations for everybody. Whoa, we're seeing attack all around, getting some pretty good shots here onto God of Wolf in real time. But now, we're going to see 18 deer start making their way in towards that blue, and Expand will meet them head on the opposite side.
The Esports sustaining heavy damage from Hua Esports. 2 players taken out of the mix already. And we catch up with them. But unfortunately, no PE players right in front. I believe they have managed to get away. It's a quick one on that vehicle. Star Knights, on the other hand, waiting for Expand. Finally, they do clash.
Alright, finally they make contact here. Ooh, a glue wall to bounce off the cluster grenades coming at them. They have to worry about so many angles. They're still the inside of the compound. Doesn't turn the corner. Gets distracted by Muko. They've already dropped down Liam. At this point, they have to play for the choke points. They start walking in one by one, and it's going to be a disaster. 18 Deer as well as Roz get knocked. 4Cap is absolutely killing it right now.
Yeah, beautiful play coming through from Expand. They are punishing Star Knights. One more survivor, and he is off and out of there. Axel has got no vision on him whatsoever. So great play coming through from Faiz. This is the ex-player of Expand, so he knows exactly how this squad thinks. And the captain knows Faiz really, really well. Hua Esports that walked away, hunting down PE Sports earlier on, have decided to drop back and look for some extra points. Now, make it down on the ground, but he took himself out with a grenade. A pickup's not going to be impossible, but they're just giving more space and more time for Hua Esports to get a better grip on the situation here.
Yeah, and the binoculars are going to be used. They know exactly where they are. They have a good read on this. If they just keep on heading up north, they might be able to cut them off. Using line of sight, they do spot Tito once again. Axel, too. That's the 2 players. They don't know about the one further north. If they start pushing in right now, let's see whether line of sight is going to work in their favor or not. But let's jump over to PE Sports and Voda, because this conflict is not over just yet.
Yeah, PE Sports, their drop in performance has been absolutely painful to witness. Riptide Rhythm coming through. Wings with the AC-80, punishes from the back. Traps up front with the Bison, but he will be turned on by Narrow. Bar now getting picked right back up. And unfortunately for Wings, he can't do much from a distance like that. And now Toda at a disadvantage. Wings can only run. He uses the launch pad, gets himself out of there so that the team can survive for a little bit longer.
Great recovery from PE Sports. And now we jump back to Expand versus Hua. The continuation is Death is already down. Yanbin gonna get picked up on the is gonna pick up his friend on the outside, as Shin is trying his best to stay as far away as possible from 4Cap, who chases him throughout the second floor. Yanbin then gets attacked 2v1 with Kachik and Axel at the helm. At this point, Shin cannot do anything else. The Tricat is also down. 4Cap finally gets knocked 2v1.
Oh my goodness, I thought Expand was about to bag up Hua Esports, but here they come on that comeback run. Trogon from Shin takes down Axel. Archab, who got knocked earlier on, will be picked up by Kachi, and now the boys on their foot trying to get away from here as quickly as possible. Now, when they do get into the circle, though, Vamos waiting for both of these squads. Who will survive at this point of time? Expand looks like they are most definitely in a pickle. Shin taking on Archab. Yanbin looking for Kachi with a mini Uzi in hand, and now Vamos firing at Kachi as well. It looks like this might just be the end for Expand.
I mean, I don't know. It's either Expand or Hua who's going to make it out of this. They need to make some decisions. Either both teams agree to go different directions, or they duke it out to the death. And it looks like Vamos ain't going to give them the time to think about it. Hold on, hold on. What? Aerial strike from RRQ coming right into Vamos.
The timing could not be better for Hua Esports and Expand. Just when Vamos was about to hunt them down, RRQ shows up. They want to make prey out of all of these players, but Legolas catches Razor. One for them, and Star Knights off screen brings the whole squad right back for the play.
Gonna continue here. Vamos trying to hold out against him. Currently 2v2. They need to take down Razor in particular. But now the boot. Wait, it's not going well at all. The portal go as well. Trying to make sure that there's multiple angles. And RRQ still win it out, eliminating Vamos. And they get to bail out Hua for free. Hua is such a lucky squad.
Yeah, and Vamos is the most unluckiest squad in the world. I tell you, they've had a horrible run in the competition, and their luck just, I don't know who they hurt, but that person would have cursed them bad, because these boys have not had great luck at all. Every single time they find a prey, they themselves get turned into prey. It's just all about the timing, and their timing seems to be absolutely bad at this point of time. RRQ, the job is not done for them. They have just recovered. They loot up the players of Vamos, and now they've got one more to look out for. That's Hua Esports, unless, of course, AG Global now decides to drop by and check out what's going on here.
They do see people dropping down as well. Revives from Hua, trying to get back up to full fighting force. At least for Expand, still in it. They can play for position, but right now, as we go into that third ring, there's not a lot of play space to actually work with down on the southeastern side of this map, which probably is why we're seeing AG and as well as RRQ being this aggressive.
Oh man, Expand rotating out to the circle. Circle number 4 is definitely going to hurt, and they've only got a few more seconds before they get the revival, or else this might just be the end of the line for Expand. And unfortunately for Expand, on top of everything else, Hua Esports jumps on out to meet them halfway through. Achap will be able to find one. Shin taking the damage from the blue. Axel's not going to be stopping by to help out Achap, who can get the job done all on his own with the Trogon in hand. He's got extra loot here as well off of Hua Esports. The problem here is, though, for Expand, making that long rotation from the outside circle. They're going to tank a lot of damage from the blue, and Axel gets caught out by RRQ. Every single time, I think it's the end. Expand manages to extend their lifeline by a little bit more. Perhaps it's going to happen again.
AG creeping on towards the backs, and unfortunately they're running out of time to make a decision of how to make it into the ring. Even if they beat AG at this point of time, they still have to deal with GOW, who's holding them on the outside. That's why Expand was already struggling to get into the ring, and I mean, with so many people already targeting them out, he's gonna just try and tank it out. Dudes, this is as good as it gets.
Yeah, dude, this is not looking good for Dudes. Ma'al, the final player from the side of RRQ. AG Global already had good fun taking those shots at them, taking away those lives. Extra points for free. Buriram United, on the other hand, just dealing with Falcon and their FGL, but a good defensive side to play around with. In the meantime, 9th spot taken by Expand as they get kicked out of the competition, out of this particular lobby. And it looks like Falcon wants to do the exact same to Buriram, gatekeeping them, making sure they do not enter circle number 5.
I mean, high ground is always going to be ideal, but I think Falcons playing around this bridge side is going to be great. Oh, Nate's almost connecting. Conflict happening on the opposite side of the map as BRU understand the scenario. They got to push them out. The chrono has already been used so far. But at this point, Wazana needs to have a breakthrough pickoff to start things for BRU. But Karoro is trying to make sure that he doesn't get that angle. Turns around, quickly drops the blue wall. Moshin as well as Get High is already knocked down. This knockdown should be important. Wazana almost gets it, ends up falling. Joanna on the run to play for placement.
Yeah, Jonas says, I'm out of here. He does not want to check out exactly what AG Global has got to bring to the table. Falcons was taking a clear, good fight up against Buriram, and then AG Global decided to take some pot shots up against them as they saw that encounter. But now it's just 5 more teams, but we only have eyes onto, well, RRQ making that exit as well. It's going to be the split blitz courtesy of Caramel, but none of them finding the connection onto the players of Falcon, who have a great position on this bridge, but they will have to soon start moving as well.
I think the worst part about this bridge is on the opposite side, P Esports as well as attack all around. Not sure about that verticality, whether on low or on high for now, but once we get a good scope of it, it looks like Caramel is sneaking up, trying to figure out a way to maybe sneak around and to get that height as well, but P Esports taking so much punishment from GOW as well as the Falcons. Even AG is starting to get on it.
Oh, no.
Attack all
around. I thought they were going to take a position up on top of the bridge, so PE Sports, they can tank their lucky stars for this one. That jump does not make it all the way up to the top, but Falcons Riptide Rhythm after Riptide Rhythm trying to break down the defenses of PE Sports. Ban will be caught by Kororo, AC80, and he falls off the bridge, so no pickup coming through for the team. PE Sports, perhaps this is where their grave lies.
And this is why having a woodpecker is so useful. Just, what are you going to do? No natural cover? That's perfect for me. And now AG, they hold a very dominant position in the ring so far, but it looks like Attack All Around wants to say hello. Falcons have to try and recover here, but they've already lost 3 of their members, and one more was not prepared for attack all around to suddenly drop on top of them. He has to launch his way out of there in the blue, and will have to pray that some other squad goes down faster. Nah, unlucky. Drops out at 4th.
Yeah, Falcons down and out already. AG Global might just be looking for the booyah here, but attack all around are gonna be the ones in the better position for it. As they take that back position, they want to find this backstab, and AG Global manages to finish off their opponents before attack all around shows up. No huge disadvantage. Cypher on the ground though, bleeding out. One player to hold the fort for them, but Stop cannot stop the ferocity of attack all around as they smash it. Now 3 players left on the side of AG to hunt down.
They're holding perpendicular angles. They need somebody to overextend, but they all jump in, and Jump God's the first to go down with Caramel. The next is a trade. Limit needs to beat Do here with Floki on the backside. He could take out Cypher, and no, the glue wall. They quickly drop the Riptide Rhythm to make sure that Cypher has no means of escape to close this game out and secure the first booyah of the day. Attack all around. Come up on top.
Remember what we talked about, Gideon, the underdog of underdogs on Bermuda. They are not the top 3. In fact, they're not even the top 5 teams on Bermuda, but they had 3 booyahs to their name thus far on this map, and they have just made it the 4th. What a phenomenal play from attack all around. They did not seem the most threatening squad out there, but you do not need to be. What we wanted for Star Knights was executed so beautifully by attack all around, keeping their heads down, not really getting involved in many of those scuffles. But of course, when circle number 4 came on through, you saw them picking up elimination after elimination, walking into that final circle with about 8 of those eliminations in hand already, with enough loot to sustain their final battle.
I mean, I think it's just a lot of great decision making all across the board, right? Instead of sitting on top of the bridge, they ended up playing around it, and more importantly, once they did launch pad to the other side, they also knew that maybe we can actually get the drop on Falcons once the blue pushes them off the height, which is exactly what happened, right? It feels like almost mystical that they can foresee what is going to happen next. But I love the fact that this team is not only making these correct decisions, but are very ferocious about it. You never see somebody slacking when they do make the call.
Yeah, most teams look for the bridge to play on, that high ground advantage that they want to take against some of these other squads. But attack all around, of course, was not thinking along those lines at all. They wanted the cover from the bridge. They were hiding under it like a troll, using it as that natural cover to take advantage against the defenses of the other squads out there, not wasting a lot of glue walls in that maneuver as well. Very smart play coming through from attack all around. And this was that play there, right? Instead of meeting PE spots up top, also having to deal with the ferocity of Falcons, they just stayed at the bottom and chilled out.
Yeah, I mean, some of the members did get dropped in the middle, or at least took a bit of damage, but once they made it around this side, and especially with AG distracted with what was going on, that's when attack all around could really fight for this high position. It is a slope, and Falcons, ideally if Falcons didn't get pushed off of that tree, it probably would have been their game, but attack all around, just great choices all across the board here on Bermuda to make their 4th booyah on this map. Hopefully this momentum carries them on, because I'm getting vibes similar to some of their best weeks, but they always started off with a good start on Bermuda.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, attack all around will be making this their best week for sure. They have dropped quite a number of points in the past, but we see their recovery coming through towards the tail end of the knockout stage. And I absolutely love this fire, because they're just building it up for the most important week, and that's going to be the point rush as well as the grand finals.
With that being said, let's have a talk with our winners here. It's attack all around.
A to the A to the A, and this is attack all around, Pungad! Yay! How are you feeling today, Pungad? Because you got the first booyah of the day.
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะเพราะว่าทีมเราได้บูย่าเป็นเกมแรก
ดีใจครับทีมเล่นโหดครับ
I feel happy because my team played good today.
Okay, and Pungad is one of the favorites of Thai fan games. So I want to know that how many countries that you have been to that country for a tournament?
เนื่องจากมีแฟนๆชอบปุนเยอะก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าปุนไปประเทศไหนมาบ้างของการแข่งขันฟรีไฟ
ไปเวียดนามกับสิงคโปร์ครับ
Oh.
มีไหม
กำลังจะไปอินโดแล้วก็บราซิลครับ
Okay, so I have been to Vietnam and Singapore, and soon I will be in Indonesia and of course Brazil.
Yeah, so have how many percent that you have confident that you will get into the 9 positions or some position in the 9 that can go to the Brazil
ก็คือมั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์คะว่าเราจะเป็น1ใน8ทีมที่จะได้ไปบราซิล
ก็สัก 80% ก่อนแล้วกันครับ
80%
18%, that's a lot. But actually, in the real life, AA didn't have any trophy for a while. Can we expect or can your fans expect for this trophy this season?
ก็คือ AA ก็เป็นแฟนไม่ค่อยเห็นได้ถ้วยการแข่งขันมาสักพักแล้วเลยคิดว่าแบบแฟนๆกับทีมเราเนี่ยคิดว่าจะมีโอกาสได้ถ้วยนี้ไหมคะ
แฟนๆอย่าตีพี่นะ
ก็มีแน่นอนครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Of course we will do our best.
Okay, last but not least, I want you to post one post that you think is the sweetest and the smartest for you in 3.
ขอโพสต์หนึ่งน่ารักใส่กล้องเดี๋ยวพี่ยูจะนับถอยหลัง
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, post. Aye! And this is Bunkan from Attack All Around. Yay, guys! Are you ready for the second game or the third or another games? If you are ready, let's get back to the showcaster.
We were talking about how Attack All Around needs to overtake RRQ on the overall leaderboard. I was looking for them to perform today, and they've done exactly that. But the question is, by how many points, right? Because I don't think it was a massive game for AAA. I think they just did enough to get into that final circle and walk away with the booyah. And RRQ didn't really have the best of games in here today. But of course, we also want to take a look at what the performance was like for the MVP of Attack All Around as well, Gideon.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see what that's going to look like, right? Because as I replay all the scenarios that are happening that we just witnessed in Bermuda, I feel like that 4th and 5th ring was kind of scuffed now that I think about it. Not a lot of like natural cover to work with. I think there was only like one compound and then that one bridge, which P Esports and as well as even Kodak identified to be their end game position. I mean, I think that there's more to be talked about here, but let's look at our MVP. Of course, you got to give it up for Limit. He just does it again and again and again. 4 eliminations with at least 1900 worth of damage. He pulls his weight every single time.
Yeah, explosive performance from Limit, and you can see the residue of that explosion on the top of his head there. 4 eliminations. I don't think I want to scream about it just yet, but he usually is a deadly sniper out there on the battlefield. You can see him dancing around with the Skylar and that the Riptide Rhythm alongside that AWM. But in the recent times, he hasn't really been ravaging the other squads as much as I expect him to. Fingers crossed today is going to be the day where he really picks up those eliminations for the Predator of the Week title.
Hey, maybe it's the hair ties, you know? I'm seeing Pungad, he's pulling his hair out of his face. You know that he's serious. Even Limit as well. He's having a good time, but no hairband. He decided to just use a regular regular rubber band just to make sure that the hair is out of his face. Maybe it's helping him make those correct decisions and not be so emotional and hasty about them.
150 eliminations thus far for Mr. Limit. And he has got the most damage on his squad with 111,000. Crazy stuff. I mean, with that AWM, this guy is just spamming everyone. But when you hear spamming, you think it's going to be easy until you actually pick up that AWM out there on the battlefield, right? The lag between shots really is torturous. It's not my playstyle. I don't even know how he pulls it off so well. But of course, the elimination leader-wise, it was not a super explosive game. But AG Global topping the charts with 2 of their players up here.
That's a oh, wow. Which begs the question, how many points did AG actually achieve here? Even Falcon's on fire with 5 eliminations of their own. And of course, 4 eliminations of his own. He was playing very, very well to be the fragger of his team. Unfortunately, could not go above and beyond. But that's what we're seeing here at the top 1%, right? Individual players can only go so far. You always got to set up a scenario that puts them in a, well, high risk, high reward scenario position.
Yeah, there was just so much of chaos in that final circle. The last time I took a peek at the number of eliminations AG Global had at that point was around 12, and I'm very sure they picked up a couple of more after that as well. So I'm very curious to see if or not they overtook Attack All Around overall on the leaderboard, at least for Bermuda. But looking at the key players here, Kachi with the 11 headshots. Unfortunate that they could not convert many of those headshots to eliminations due with the damage. Not too massive. 19 glue walls. This is an average game at best with all of the numbers here, but I'm looking for this slow start to end up in an explosive end by the end of the day.
I think, teams definitely, we saw a bit of desperation on the second last week of the season, but even so, it feels like a lot of teams are now taking their time. Man, that is a lot of points. 24 for AG, and then we have attack all around at 21. They end off with 9 eliminations. I don't think it's that bad at the end of the day, but even for Expand, getting 12 of eliminations of their own, they've got nothing to lose.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. This was one of those great games for Expand, but this is going to be a huge problem in the grand scheme of things. If Expand excels at some of these gunfights but unable to find that circle, it's not going to really help them excel towards the grand finals of any competition. They need to find that perfect spot, but we definitely forgive them for some of these mishaps because this is a totally new roster that is not experienced. They weren't even in the Malaysian segment to qualify for this event. They already automatically qualified because they were the creme de la creme squad of Malaysia. But with this brand new baby roster, they seem to be struggling quite a little bit out there, but I'm pretty sure in the next competition that we see them, they're going to use all of this learning to really, really climb that leaderboard.
I mean, that can be said for a couple of teams as well, right? All of them who are in this rebuilding phase, we're not going to be too harsh, of course, because generally they are going to pick up as much experience as they can before they... I mean, I'd be more surprised if a new roster suddenly just takes over FFWS. I think that would be like an even crazier scenario to do.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, that is not going to be the end of our first segment. We have only concluded the play at Bermuda. We've got one more map before we do take our break. It's going to be Purgatory for Game 2. And we saw some of the teams that definitely struggled after Game 1, right? This is going to be a day where we look forward to teams like Star Knights really climbing that leaderboard, or else they do risk themselves getting relegated before we move on into Point Rush. Star Knights currently are 43 points away from PE Sports, and PE Sports are playing today here as well. And as you saw in the previous match, PE is not on a bad run. They managed to get to that final circle. Not a lot of heavy firepower behind them, but as long as they're able to find those placement points, they're going to most definitely guarantee themselves the top 12.
But here's the thing, so many teams have adjusted to attacking PE Sports for maybe some free points, right? I think now, at least here, at least from Bermuda's side, they were able to hold off on the early game. Now in Purgatory, the likelihood of getting a third is a lot less because of the rather large landmass. And of course, we got to be excited for our top teams here for Purgatory that were expected to win this game, but considering that Attack All Around did take Bermuda, I feel like their odds are increased by 20%.
At top 3 at Purgatory, Buriram, AG Global, as well as RRQ. Out of these 3 teams, the one with the most number of Booyahs is actually the third team, which is RRQ. But I do not expect the squad to walk away with a Booyah this time around. Unfortunately, the past 2 weeks, the performance of RRQ has been on a downward spiral. And I assume it's because they've done more than enough already to prepare for the final battle, for Point Rush, as well as the grand finals. They've got some trick up their sleeves. They are trying their very best to show their opponents that they are not a threat. Don't worry about us. Don't focus on our gameplay. Don't focus on anything that we can do out there. But I think that ship has sailed. I think it's a little bit too late for that.
I do think it is a bit late, but at least they're in the top 12, right? They qualify for Point Rush. It's like, all right, sure, maybe we can come up with something interesting, especially when it comes map to map. I feel like there are teams, Thai teams generally are going to be, pretty standard. They're good at everything they do. Other teams really excel with these large land masses, and especially once we head on over to a place between life and death, you better get in line to become that final survivor. Here on our second map of the day, it's Purgatory.
Absolutely, baby. And of course, PE Sports, I expect to see them in that final circle once again. Not too shabby on this map, but not the greatest ravagers when it comes to Purgatory as well. They have been a mid-card team as far as this map is concerned, but they are in desperate need of those points. The team is currently sitting on 12th, and you know that if you don't step it up, teams like Heavy and Onyx on their own day of play tomorrow will most definitely be looking to take advantage of that.
Looking at the flight path, still slightly skewed, not directly in the middle. Once again, the southern side is going to be hard to get to without a vehicle. But in the meantime, at least, wait, I want to see where PE Sports is going to drop this time around. We do see Expand head over to Crossroads. Marblework, of course, going to be BRU, but even GOW decide to contest somewhat on the outer side of it.
Yeah, as usual, Ski Lodge, PE Sports choosing to take the drop here. Yesterday, they did have to deal with Bigatron Delta down at Forge. This time around, it's going to be Star Knights, a little bit of a easier engagement for PE Sports that they should be able to sustain. But either way, if you're PE Sports, you're looking to not get into any engagements at all. But this one seems to be a little bit of a busy area now. While Esports dropping smack dab in the middle alongside Attack All Around and RRQ. 3 big teams doing battle so early, and why Esports the first ones to bite the bullet.
Oh my goodness, Limit already getting elimination as well as a knock, but it's already quite bloody, as we do see the ARC crew members on the outskirts of Brasilia. Hua is the main one holding the central area of this town. Attack all around. They've already lost a couple of their members as well, so they've got to start spreading out and maybe thinking about relooting and repositioning in a different spot. Floki does find Trican straight away, and that means that Hua is in no position to hold this spot.
Yeah, man's got that mini Uzi and doesn't even go for the confirmation of elimination. He just wanted to get out of there. Gets the knock, says hasta la vista, leaves Hua Esports in the hands of RRQ for the elimination. Attack all around, focusing on their own survival, and I call that a golden play.
It's good enough. It's good enough. But now Hua with 3 of their... Wait, actually 2 of their members. They're hot on fire right now, but Abe is going to change that in a quick second with the help of Dudes. They've already taken out Yan Min, and clearing up the rest of the squad. Hua is going to be the first squad eliminated here in Brasilia.
Oh my goodness, this seems to be a terrible, terrible start for Hua Esports. But in the grand scheme of things, one might think that it's not going to tickle them too much. Currently, the team that's behind them, GOW, 64 points behind them. PE Sports, around 80 points behind Hua Esports. They can afford to drop quite a number, and I don't think they're going to get kicked out of the top 12. Hua Esports might just know that as they take things easy.
Yeah, speaking of easy here, Wasana did get picked off earlier, ends up getting saved by the rest of his team, and now BRU, they ain't happy about this. GOW has followed them south from Marbleworks, and Tan gonna be the first one to fall. Dian trying to support his friend, but Blue Wall is going to block his line of sight. Wasana is coming in, and he is looking for some blood. Dian goes down, and before Wasana turns the corner, Quarry is now conquered by BRU.
A massive mismatch here between BRU and GOW. GOW cannot afford these early engagements. Like we talked about, 65 points behind Hua Esports, but PE Sports heavy, not too far away from them at all. GOW, one of the teams at risk of getting relegated before we head into Point Rush. So early drops, definitely not something that they should be looking for. Let's see if PE Sports will be able to get away from this threat though. They did manage to get away from the thick of the action earlier on, but AG Global spotting them out on the battlefield already. Due is that deadly sniper you do not want to come across early game.
Yeah, and AG love to do this, right? They love scattering in open spots, looking for opportunities to get these early pickoffs as well. PE Sports, on the other hand, I'm surprised nobody attacked them in the earlier stages, right? I was expecting maybe Todak or even maybe even the Star Knights on their southern side to actually push up into them, knowing that they are contesting for that 12th spot. Hopefully PE Sport can get out of here, but even attack around, we do see that... okay. GOW getting eliminated off screen here.
A huge possibility that this encounter leads to their fall, but out of nowhere, 7. My goodness, how did he even get that drop?
He got blasted, unfortunately, and now Dude just left out to dry. Doesn't have the right equipment for these close quarters. Would much rather a shotgun. And unfortunately, with that being said, Todak now having a very key position in this map. Attack all around still want to play to gatekeep the rest of the members. And Todak, if they keep moving towards the southern side, will find more AG members.
Interesting effort by Todak. They don't seem to stand a chance of qualifying for the Point Rush or Grand Finals, but you don't see them dropping their games, giving up so easily. They still want to try their best, and that's something I most definitely respect. 3 eliminations already. Very impressive start for Todak.
Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Since Todak, again, in the earlier stages of the tournament, didn't exactly do too well, they've been trying a lot of things, and I think during, like, week 4 or week 5, I'm pretty sure it's, like, the end of week 4, do we really start to see them, like, really pick up the pace in terms of being aggressive in the earlier stages, and more importantly, the way that they roam around this ring, looking for these engagements, whether it's first or second ring, totally fine, but immediately after that, they're looking for endgame positions.
Yeah, unfortunately, this particular roster, they did have a shuffle after the halfway point of our knockout stages, and this is their veteran roster, right? Veteran players there. You can see a sharp change in terms of performance out there on the battlefield after they brought in Raja as well. But unfortunately, I think, too much of time has elapsed, and too many of those points have been lost. Those opportunities have been dropped, and the recovery for Todak right now just doesn't seem possible. But this is a shocker. Star Knights shutting down attack all around from afar, and Lim going in for the finisher. Limit, though, spots him from afar. That M82B finds the connection, 71 HP, and Lim cannot aggress just yet.
around, get caught mid-rotation, losing 2 of their members before they even could respond to the conflict being thrown at them. Really good stuff from the Star Knights. This is what we expect to see from them, and hopefully they're going to get more points throughout this match. We do see that Span are trying to come back up to full fighting force, but we're going to watch Vamos here as they start making their way up. They do see those revives with Kachik and Mikido going to have to hold the line on top of that hill.
Hey, Legolas, the first one to find Kachi with the Woodpecker. XM8 in the hands of Legolas. He's got the rate of fire on him. Mikacha looking for that backstab, slowly working his way around. FGL shot does not find the connection. Now Vamos has surrounded the area, and it looks like this will be the end for him. But Kachi does manage to find Legolas from afar. And the rest of the players, though, for the side of Vamos, they'll be looking for that shutdown. Kachi found an easy point for Vamos as Expand splits on the battlefield.
Yep, they split north and south here. They're forcing Vamos to make a decision on who they have to go for. They know the position of Mikido. We did see that Legolas was trying to shoot at him as he was trying to make his great escape in towards the town. But Mikido will have to go in towards the blue to find some safety, and unfortunately, Abe will fire and 4-cap straight away. He needs to win this real quick. The rest of the team members will eventually get there. Even with Riptide Rhythm to get him. Oh boy.
Double kill.
Riptide Rhythm came as a support from another player. Abe taking advantage. That's the kind of teamwork. That's the kind of communication we want to see out here on the battlefield. And now RRQ, as quickly as they get the job done, they are on their rotation with the launch pad. And now from across the waters, I believe they already spotted out PE Esports as well. So they may be looking for some extra points here.
Some very good choices being made by RRQ. There's no point actually taking another engagement this early on. And I think for them, they're going to be looking for the endgame scenarios here, but the real question is, where is this 3rd and 4th ring going to be? We've seen many times that Purgatory has messed with players on the 3rd and then suddenly on the 4th pulling the complete opposite direction with big bodies of water kind of splitting up the islands. Really makes you have to double check your information on whether or not you want to be on the outer island or on the main piece of land.
Star Knights spotting out PE Sports, refusing to do much about this information. They don't really want to put themselves at risk. They know PE Sports have got a decent defensive ground to play around with, and there's a potential here that Star Knights do not have enough of those utilities to take this fight. So they take the launch pad and they say hasta la vista. They back away. PE Sports a little bit disappointed, giving them a couple of bullets to bite on as they fly away. And PE now will be the last one within the 3 squads to make that rotation across the waters.
Okay, all right. I mean, they definitely can't mirror what RRQ did, because we did see that Star Knight's actually taking that launch pad, the same launch pad, in matter of fact, that we saw from RRQ to get to the position that they're in right now. So with PE Esports, they're probably just going to hunker down at this point as the UAV is going to fly over them. But now we see that Torak and as well as Attack all around currently in an engagement of their own. Let's have a quick look here with Axel, the only in the blue, in a matter of fact, waiting out BRU, praying that they pass.
Buriram's going to make that rotation around. Wasana stepping outside of the blue zone, looking for a couple of extra points or some extra loot. Either way, it's not good news for Axel. He needs to spend a little bit of extra time out there tanking the damage from the blue. Star Knights, on the other hand, in the middle of 2 massive squads of RRQ and Buriram. If you are Star Knights, this is exactly where you start saying your prayers.
How do they... Oh, man. It's either they take a full engagement... No, they can't even take the full engagement, because no matter what, there's always going to be a team that's going to eventually intervene, whether it be Vamos or BRU's side. RRQ's position is really tough to flush them out from unless you've got a lot of nades. I think the best option is BRU, but it's BRU. Do you really want to take that engagement?
Yeah, if you're Star Knights, that launch pad will come in really handy right now. Put it out onto the ground and say hasta la vista, but Buriram, they do not want to let them get away just yet. Get high, flying on in alongside Wasana, and Wasana as usual, going in for the rush. Mini Uzi in hand, finds no connections whatsoever. No Trogon. The lucky day for Star Knights, I guess. Wasana, oh my goodness, I just said no Trogon. And he whips it right out to show me, Mustachio, we are here to most definitely play. One play on the side of Star Knights down on the ground. Wasana looking to put yet another one, but he misses the guy in the corner, gets tagged up from the back. You could have just let Wasana run away.
They're not going to. Now across the next to fall here, Jonah landing and making sure the elimination is just that sweet. Wasana does spot the rest of the members here, then trades are going to come immediately after. Charge Buster for Get High as well as they flood the room with Riptide Rhythm, clearing it out. 18 deer. Last one standing here is Attack all around, taking out a majority of the members of Vamos as well. Star Knights have been eliminated at 10, but it looks like the engagements isn't done. On the northern side, we see that Torak is trying to keep attack all around outside in the blue, with Vamos looking down their backs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now bad pick from Thoda here. They are going outside the circle to take this fight and attack all around in a better position to absolutely demolish them. Raja down and out. Vamos not looking to find this engagement at all. Attack all around will take this anytime. 7 as he tries to get away, gets shot in the back. AC80 perfection from Foki. 8 elimination strong. Attack all around is not going to be challenged by anyone just yet. But of course, to continue the story, what happened just now between Star Knights as well as Buriram. Star Knights did manage to get a constellation before getting kicked out of the lobby. That is taking down the prime player out of Buriram. Without Wasana, they might just get a little bit slower, but I do believe there's ample time to find a vending machine out there to bring the man back.
Or maybe even a pocket mark, right? One or the other. We'll see what. It looks like Wasana is coming back just in time. Perfect. This is great for them, right? Axel still, having the time of his life, watching a movie, texting anybody to have a conversation because it's not like he's moving anytime soon, so he might as well entertain himself.
The esports. I do not want to be you right now. AG Global on the right-hand side. Falcons on the left. BE. They are desperate for points. Currently sitting on the 12th spot. They cannot afford any mistakes whatsoever. Even if they don't make a mistake, it's going to be tough to travel out of this trifecta of strong squads. RRQ waiting right in front of them. Even if PE moves in with the launch pad, they'll be straight up in the crosshairs of RRQ.
How did RRQ figure out where this 4th ring was going to be? Pulls back right smack in the middle of that river as well. This is prime real estate for RRQ. I want to see how Buriram as well as Falcons are going to react to this, because at this point, right, it feels like they have to make the engagement against each other before they can deal with RRQ, or maybe, for better judgment, they just hail and really just dogpile onto RRQ spot.
Yeah, RRQ has always been great on these rotations. The main reason why they held the most number of booyahs, even without the most number of eliminations on their side, always having a great read on where that circle is going to be moving and getting there first, having that defensive advantage against all of these other squads. But up against Buriram now, who share that same compound with them, RRQ have now the option to either aggress or stay on the defensive spot.
Yep.
Oh my, what?
Oh, are they going straight for the high ground here? A little tough to say. Yeah, they're contesting it. Falcons straight up in there, right? Now, with all the action happening at once, RRQ must defend this compound. Is on fire, would try his best to try and flush them out as much as he can. Falcons making sure the right side of this building is going to be held contested. BRU on the left side.
The Falcons had to move, and they chose to move straight into that battle with RRQ. Now, RRQ can't even run away from this fight because Buriram right behind them. The FGL trying its very best to burn down the defenses of these boys, but Falcons just can't seem to find that clear shot up against RRQ. RRQ backing away, and Moshi catches them with the FGL from the opposite side. That's burnt down. The pickup is still a possibility. He gets back up onto his feet. RRQ still 4-man strong, and now they have an advantage up against Buriram.
All the ice nades doing a bit of work here, but Falcons have taken way too much damage, and RRQ managed to survive. Now BRU going in full engagement against the Falcons, but the backs are now open as RRQ fully healed up and ready for combat. Gun them down. So many resources wasted here. On fire, gets knocked down. Keroro has to make a decision. He's sitting inside that monster truck, but BRU want this compound more than anything else.
Yeah, smart play coming through from Buriram. They've lost their captain Jonah already, but in the 3v3 equal fight up against RRQ. Dutt's bleeding already, but Ma'al is the one that gets shot down by Wasana. Wasana going in for the finisher and fights Dutt's as well. Beautiful play. Abe, the final hope, the final survivor for the side of RRQ, but even he gets burned down to the ground. Beautiful play by Buriram, but now they need to tank the damage from the circle. Falcons trying to slow them down. Successful in that play, and that hurts the chances of Buriram walking away with a booyah.
And now AG will look down towards our nominee for the Mobies here,
What?
Moshi, on the opposite side, and he takes him out, no problem. What a shot there, a booyah for AG Global.
Fantastic stuff for AG Global, winning the booyah without really winning the booyah. Moshi got burned down by the blue. They can thank Falcons for that effort. The fight between Falcons, RRQ, and Buriram just got dragged out way too much. We thought it was RRQ with the best position in that final circle. AG Global one-upping them with the luck. And AG, with their jump-in performance for the past 2 weeks, they continue to pick up the points right here. But of course, catching up with Buriram might just be a tad bit impossible. But as long as they can extend the lead up against Twisted Minds, I guess they've got a good reason to smile.
Yeah, let's have a look at what that endgame scenario looked like, right? Because AG was playing on the outer ring and making sure that they have like a lot of coverage to start hailing away on the mainland of this island, taking out members of Vamos, making sure that, you know, X-Band could not just walk in for free. And once they cleared this side, the game was pretty much done for them, with the majority of the hottest engagements being on the opposite side. I don't know. I think there could have been a play that RRQ could have looked to cross that river over, but it's a tough call because if they win that side, it's basically a very clean fight against the riverside.
Yeah, RRQ just could not step out of their house, right? Because once again, behind them, Buriram, right in front of them, Falcons. The best they could do was just bide their time and look for that final engagement, which they did very well. But that counter by, I believe, Get High, just managing to stop the player dead in his tracks at the door. And after that, it was just the usual wrecking mission for Buriram to find those finishes. But valiant effort by Moshi, although he was being hurt by the circle outside the blue zone, pulling a lot of damage on him. He still managed to snipe a guy from across the waters. That is respectable, but just not enough time to finish the job. And the damage from circle number 5, yeah, that's just not something you can sustain for long.
It's intense. It's really, really intense. But this is one of the few really scuffed endgame rings. I think we're 2 for 2 right now in terms of just like some of the more unplayable endgame scenarios.
Yeah. Moshi staying outside the circle, looking for those eliminations and hoping to get blessed by 1 extra point before he goes down. Unfortunate for him, that was not allowed whatsoever. AG Global didn't really need a lot of shots at all. The circle was doing most of it anyway.
It's tough. It's tough.
Yeah,
let's throw it over to the interview.
over to the interview.
สวัสดีครับวันนี้เรามาอยู่ในฟรีไฟล์อีสปอร์ตอะไรไม่รู้
Okay, please translate.
Hi guys, now we are in Free Fire Esport and I don't know what the name is.
Okay, this is my appetizer, Monkey Deal from AG. Maybe the next season he will be the MC instead of me. Okay, please just let the MC to me. อย่าแย่งงานพี่
ผมมาพี่ก็ตกงานแล้วถ้าผมเกิดก่อนพี่เนี่ย
He said if I was born before her, he will be the host and she will not have any job.
Yeah. Okay. I can accept that. Okay. First question. Sorry. It's so funny. First question I wanna ask: why someday AG quite did well? Not well. Actually great because you got like a 3 booyah, 4 booyah, something like that. But someday it's not the day for AG. It's like your performance is too swing.
ก็คือทำไมแบบว่าบางครั้งพอ AG จะเล่นดีก็คือเล่นดีทั้งวันแต่บางวันไม่ได้บูย่าก็ไม่ได้เลยแบบผลงานค่อนข้างสวิงเป็นเพราะอะไรคะ
เพราะว่าอาทิตย์นี้เรามาวิ่งเล่นครับในแบบเห็นไหมแบบวิ่งเยอะมากประมาณ 1,000 เมตรได้
because this วันนี้ใช่ไหม
ใช่
because today we just focusing on like playing around like a breakout you can see that we run a lot more than 1,000 miles like we didn't focus on getting booyah.
Okay, for the last fight, I see before the last fight, you have to clear PE or PE spot first. Any special reason? Do you know that that is PE team?
รู้ไหมว่าช็อตสุดท้ายเมื่อกี้คือเราต้องเคลียร์ทีมข้างหลังเรา
ก่อนไฟสุดท้ายเราต้องเคลียร์ทีมก่อน
PE Sport กับ Vamos
ไม่รู้ครับพี่เมย์บอกว่าดันไปขวาก่อนไปยึดวงอยู่ดีหลังเข้าน้องหลังเข้าก็นั่นแหละครับก็เสียพลทหารไป1 คนครับแต่ก็ยังไหวครับยังไหว3 ต่ออะไรไม่รู้3 ต่อ 8
Okay, so we didn't know that the team behind us was PE. It's just that Caramel told us that somebody get into our back, so we have to clear them first.
Oh, so if there are 2 teams that you have to choose one team to clear, which criteria that you use to pick that team?
ก็ถ้าเกิดเราต้องเคลียร์ระหว่าง2 ทีมอะการที่เราจะเลือกทีมหนึ่งอะไรคือสาเหตุที่ทำให้เราเลือกทีมนั้น
ถ้าหลังเข้าเราก็ต้องเคลียร์หลังครับถ้าเราไม่เคลียร์หลังเราก็จะหลังแตกครับ
Okay, so we just focus on which team coming behind us because if we didn't clear them first, we cannot play.
Okay, last but not least, do you want to say anything to any special team?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมไหนเป็นพิเศษไหมคะเราอยากฝากว่าอะไร
ฝากพีครับ See you Indo ครับ
To PE Sport see you in Indonesia
And this is due from AD, guys. And now it's time to get back to Showcaster Lady for the next game.
So this makes a lot of sense. AG is finding so much success with a simple fundamental. Make sure nobody's behind your backs in-game and outside of the game. That's why they're sitting in that stage with a whole blank board. As long as nobody's looking over their shoulders, they can play at tip-top shape.
Absolutely. They're saying PE Sports will see you guys in Indonesia, but I don't know if or not PE is going to make it there because we still have Heavy and Onyx aiming for their spot. If PE is looking to be in Jakarta, they need to pick up way more points than they did in this game. The MVP for our match, though, the one and only Dew. 5 eliminations, 3,531 on the damage, 2 headshots. This guy is capable of more, but I'll take this.
Yeah, he's always on the list no matter what. Even if they don't get the booyah, he's gonna show up whether it be top damage or whether or not he's just landing way more headshots than he possibly can with a simple AWM. Dude is the guy. Would you say that he is the sniper GOAT in your opinion? Loaded question.
one of the GOATs for sure, but not the GOAT of sniping. I think Dew has got his up and downs out there on the battlefield. Not the most craziest of elimination picker for sure.
I mean, he's got a team. He's got a team behind him, right? And I think based on week 5, where they got a huge amount of booyahs, each one of their team members all say the same thing. It's like, we want Dew to be the MVP. We want him to succeed. We want to set scenarios where he is able to do what he does best, and that's why he's walking away with 3.5k worth of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. 155,000 overall damage in the competition thus far. This is his 197th elimination in total. Ooh. So yeah, the guy does a lot out there on the battlefield. But to name him the GOAT of snipers might just hurt a couple of other players a little bit too much. The one guy that does outdo him in terms of the eliminations, though, is Get High. And I believe overall, Buriram definitely outdid the performance of AG Global. We'll have to take a look and see exactly what the standings look like shortly. But Dew obviously getting the highlight once again as the player with the most number of damage. And Jun showing up with 7 headshots this time.
Okay, pretty good. I think I've almost definitely had an opportunity to make it into the top 3 in that final ring as well. But again, push comes to shove. Unfortunately, not all scenarios are going to play out the same way. I think that the BRU 25 total points, 16 eliminations. Pretty great score coming in from BRU, especially in the position that they were in. AG with only 21, 4 points behind.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming through from Buriram, but overall, AG Global is definitely on a fine run today. 21 points from this match, even though they do not top the charts for Purgatory in terms of overall points. There is consistency from the squad over the 2 games, right? They did fairly well in Bermuda, and now they should be at the very top of the leaderboard for the performance from the day. But in the grand scheme of things, these 2 teams are not too fussed about anything. They 100% qualify for the point rush as well as grand finals. There's nothing in the world that can make them drop from their spot right now.
Yeah, just casual handshakes, maybe emote at each other across the river whenever they get the chance. But I think that, the disappointing one has to be to Falcons, right? 1 elimination in that entire match, which is rather surprising for me to see. I thought they were able to get maybe a little bit more before building up into that BRU RRQ scenario in the final ring.
I wouldn't fall for it if I were you, bro. They are just waiting for Point Rush and the Grand Finals. Falcons has not done this once, but twice now. They kind of lie low in the knockout stages and they explode on everyone when it comes to the Grand Finals in itself. They're just looking for those 6 matches where they need to prove themselves. In the meantime, they just want everybody to doubt their capability, and they were successful in doing so. The previous FFWS SEA as well as at the Esports World Cup, and they got back-to-back championships. They're looking to be the defending champions to take the trophy back home once again this time round as well. But, I think the fight's going to be a little bit more complicated this time round.
Yeah, I mean, it's annoying for public analysts out there who are looking at this team and it's just like, they're not doing well. We predict them to, not push all the way. They're not going to get as explosive as they used to in their previous tournaments. But that's just not the case, right? And that's why Point Rush is going to be such a big deal when it comes by.
Absolutely. But of course, we're going to take a quick short break. When we do come back, though, it is going to be Alpine on play in 5 minutes. We'll catch you guys there.
you could draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you could draw around it.
In here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang e-posnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now,
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you could draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you could draw around it.
in here, but there's a very little move to play. Ray right now trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang e-posnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buri Ram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was survived with the final Booyah.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 fall season. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Gideon. This is the problem. We've got a couple of teams down in the bottom 6, and we have got a couple of teams who are very, very close to the bottom. I'm looking for them to perform, but they are not showing up as much as I want to, Gideon. We've got 4 more opportunities. Can we please pray for them a little bit more?
I know I'm praying for them, right? I really want to see them find that success here. I really want to see them kind of bump back up. I mean, just look at the overall score. PE Sports currently 17 total points as of right now, with Torak behind them with 12, right? Ideally for PE Sports, they want to create as much of a gap as possible to stay within that top 12, but it's not looking good, right? Teams like Vamos and as well as Torak are landing relatively near PE Sports, knowing that if they have the opportunity to maybe third them or take them head on, they will do so to stop them from accumulating more points.
Unfortunately for Vietnam, GOW now needs to be dragged into that conversation as well. GOW is 13 points ahead of PE Sports, and if PE Sports does manage to continue to perform better than GOW, they for sure will overtake them within the next couple of games, and that puts GOW at risk of being relegated when we do see that clash between groups B as well as C tomorrow. That's something that they most definitely need to look out for, and it's better to start early than later. But the top 3 teams that we can definitely bet on finding the last few circles: Buriram, Attack All Around, as well as AG Global. All 3 teams have been on a fine performance today.
They've been doing very, very well. All Gamers Global is interesting, right? Because every single time they go into the map, it doesn't feel like they have the exact same rotational path, but they have the rough idea of what they want to do. Attack All Around is really interesting because the more space you give them, the more time they have to actually make these smart decisions, which inevitably win them the game. So it's about a matter of time, right? Who can pressure your opponents enough to make a forced error, and that's when BRU comes in, and they do that all the time.
Once again, RRQ, the underdogs of Alpine. They have got 4 booyahs to their name, but currently not in the top 3 as far as performance in terms of points is concerned. But of course, that being said, not too far away from AG Global, who have got a single booyah to their name. The team with the most booyahs is Buriram, and we have most definitely crowned them the kings of Alpine at this point, and I'm pretty sure they want to keep the title with them, so we can expect to see Buriram in that final circle, unless, of course, something does go wrong very, very early in the game. But either way, this is Alpine once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's hop on in there and see if or not our bottom dwellers can give us a reason to scream.
Now, we've seen many mountaintops in our lifetime, some with more body counts than ever, like Everest and K2, but Alpine, they're breaking into the millions. There's just too many to count. As we look at the flight path, I mean, we've gotten 2 skewed flight paths today. Not crazy skews, but just ever so slight ones. And I'm hoping that happens to Alpine as well, maybe towards the northern side of this map. I do particularly enjoy the northern side, but that's only up to luck.
And the flight path recovers.
Man. It is readjusted.
Yeah, business as usual. I thought, game after game is just going to get skewed more and more towards the side and then give us that chaos that we were looking for. But once again, the flight path is just a tad bit too kind to the players. PE Sports is going to try to avoid a lot of these engagements by dropping far out in towards railroad, potentially rotating into carousel a little bit later on. And if GOW does not leave this area, that might just be trouble. But speaking of GOW, splitting across 3 separate spots on the map, I love that idea.
It's a good idea, but let's look at this early engagement. It looks like Torak and Hua have not let go of these grudge matches since the previous map. Torak is able to get a revive with 1 elimination on their side. This is going to be a pretty tough spot, with the rest of Expand also looking to close on in as a third.
Yeah, problem is Toda does not know which one's Expand, which one is Hua Esports. Now they see a couple of players approaching them. This is a totally different squad, and this might just be trouble. But Falcons out of nowhere meet the players of Toda. We didn't even see them on the screen.
Unfortunate indeed. They're going to be knocked out at 12, and now Hua has to deal with Expand here. Here by Rivermouth, they are not playing towards the body of water. They're holding multiple structures, but no off angles actually protect them for flanks. Now, hopefully, with this line of sight here, Yanbin can do a little bit of work. Does chunk. It's 50% of the HP, if not 60 from 4-cap. And they are sending one of the Hua members away, so they don't expect to stand here for too long.
Okay, can someone send out a message to the players to just slow the pace down? Too many eliminations early game, and Vamos downed and outed as well. My goodness, this pace of game is just way too quick. And now Expand needs to complete this job up against Hua Esports before another team hops on in here. Attack all around on the other hand. Meeting the players on the side of Star Knights out there on the battlefield. Jump got sprayed down to the ground already. 18 Deer trying to take advantage of this. They approach, they get the elimination, and are looking for more.
They're trying to rotate around. They do get lean back. At this point of time, they've already gotten a pick off of attack all around, and now that they have access to the POI, all hell will break loose. Riptide Rhythm comes out straight away. 18 Deer does find one. Gets traded back straight away, but even so, Raz still healthy. And with 5 eliminations from attack all around, it seems like a good idea, other than the fact that the Star Knights could easily turn this around. We cut back to AG. The battlefield already cleared as they have done major damage to Hua.
Yeah, Raz has faded forward, bringing back his team member before getting sprayed down to the ground. So I'm pretty sure they'll return the favor in a little bit. Buriram United, on the other hand, will potentially come across attack all around. Poon God shortly. Wasana finding him, get high in the perfect position to get that flank shot. And Jonah is the one that actually gets the final bullet in there. So 1 elimination for the man who has not been having the greatest of days picking up eliminations.
Speaking of days not getting a lot of eliminations, PE Sports, I think they have a rough idea of what's going on. With BRU making so much noise, they can look to turn around, if not just hold control over this bridge, which seems to be what they want to do. They're trying to set this ambush up, but it looks like they've already been marked for death here, LBT in specific. Are they going to do anything about this, or it's just going to be a Cold War?
PE Sports choosing to hop on into a monster truck. Not my idea of a good getaway vehicle. It's way too slow on the acceleration. Hua Esports, on the other hand, is trying to lay low, hoping and praying that attack all around will not pull out that R1, will not scan him out, and of course put him out of his misery here. Tiaken is a little bit too far away to back him up if anything does happen, and the man's too broke to get him on that instant revive as well. But PE Sports getting caught by Buriram from afar. Nero will be picked right back up. Rebel rushes right out of there. LBT for the save. You see, I told you that monster truck was a bad idea.
I was about to bring that up as well. But here comes Wasana easily overtaking the stagnant monster truck. Oh, wait! It's going to be a derby straight away as both sides are getting shot and they put them back. Wasana brings in a team member and now they've collapsed the front line, forcing PE Sports to get deeper into the compound as they take LBT out.
Wasana, what in the world? How does he even get his aim so accurate? Wasana's just way too deadly up close and personal, especially with a woodpecker in his hands. Mid-range combat, way too easy for the team of Buriram. And now PE Sports forced to scramble, have got the launch pad, and they get out of there in the nick of time before Buriram catches up with them.
Yeah, but now they're going to be on the outsides of the carousel. And BRU, at this point of time, if they wanted to go hunting, they could. I think they're probably just going to loot back up, get some upgrades, and most importantly, scope out the area behind them. Because they just walked into Railroad from west towards the eastern side. They did not start off on the eastern side. But let's cut on over to X-Band once again against Hua. The grudge match continues.
Yeah, absolutely. This perhaps could be the revenge X-Band is looking for. Catching out TRKN. Manages to get away, but Mikit catching up with him with the Bison. What a shot from TRKN. He was able to take away a majority of the life from 2 players, but no knockdowns whatsoever from the man. Finally gets it, but Achap was there for the trade. Mikit's going to get picked right back up. Hua Esports not having a great start at all.
Yeah, they're trying to breathe here, but PE Esports now going into a full engagement against RRQ while distracting, but they've already found LBT. Their PE Esports is still not out yet. Looks like they still have survivors across the board. Hua now recovering, getting the revive. Same goes for PE, but now BRU underneath this bridge, it's not looking too great. Raz ends up getting eliminated.
Yeah, playing the role of the troll under the bridge. Very easy elimination for them. Raz did not have a start, didn't stand a chance. Mostly because he was outnumbered. All he could do was hide. That obviously didn't do him a lot of favors whatsoever. 3 eliminations for Buriram. Not the best of starts, but it is one they are not going to be complaining about. They know they can farm quite a number as they find that final circle. Expand on the other hand. They are going to regret this engagement. Kachi already knocked down onto the ground on fire. The sharp shots coming across. And Peter is there with the mini Uzi. Finds one just at the corner, but no connections yet with that shot. And on fire once again strikes.
Oh, I love it. I love it. The launcher play perfectly done. Barely need to do the work. I know you're coming at me. I'm going to blow your kneecaps off. And now he might just do it again against Makito. He tries it. He's made contact. They turn the corner. And luckily he doesn't go for a second one. That might have costed him his life. Makito is going to go down here. Great engage coming in from Falcons Peter. Once again, such a great entry fragger.
Now, what can the in-game leader do? Axel caught in a unfortunate predicament. GOW as well. They need to survive, but I don't think AG Global is going to give them that opportunity. Ease up with the Bison, trying to hold the fort for the rest of the team members. But this is circle number 2, soon to be circle number 3 if GOW doesn't settle this instantly. And Isa turns the corner. Beautiful sprays, and the pre-fire does manage to get him the knock as well as the confirmation onto Cypher.
Love it, love it, love it. But stop. Still playing hide and seek. They don't know where he is. I wonder if they hear his audio of him tanking the blue. They're still going to be running around here. They need to make sure that their backs are clear before they start making their way. And yeah, this is only the second ring, so it's not that big of a deal. They have plenty of resources. Better yet, if they do find this last remaining member of AG, then at least they get to resupply.
This is a tremendous turnaround for GOW, especially up against AG Global, a very strong squad out there on the battlefield. Atan literally walks across a player from the side of AG, leaving him alive and kicking. I think Isa knows he is hiding there already. There you go. They find him behind the glue walls, and it's just a matter of time before they do manage to break through, get the knock, as well as the confirmation. But of course, the save is completed. Stop did manage to bring one player right back through earlier on. AG Global does not expire just yet.
And now, I thought we were going to see Falcons against against their bitter rivals once more, but now it's going to be Falcons this time against Hua. They're going to be moving in towards this compound, and hopefully they can control it. Yanbin sitting on top, striking on the outer side, but Shin could get a pick here. Let's see. He should spot Peter coming out from that right flank.
Well, esports no longer at risk of being relegated, but they most definitely need to sharpen up the skills before getting into Point Rush as well as the grand final. So what better team to train your skills up against other than the current reigning defending champions Falcons themselves? 5 eliminations in hand thus far. Peter looking for yet another. Shin with a sliver of health on him. MP40, but Peter just cannot find that connection.
He's trying to make a hole for himself to get out.
Oh, nice one.
Drops out and regroups with the rest of the team. Good play coming in from Peter. And now on fire, just loading hell into the second floor, trying to get the collateral against the Hua members. Now, Keroro making sure that he's covering every single angle here as on fire jumps on in through the window, looking for opportunities, and also proccing almost every single Tatsuya dash here. He finds Triken. Shin goes down 2 with 8 eliminations in the bag. They're looking for 2 more. Death the next to fall, and that's going to be Hua finally out of it.
Yeah, Hua Esports out of this fight. Just had no contest whatsoever up against Falcons. were just way more aggressive in that engagement. And this is the true potential of Falcons, I'll have to say. And I'm pretty sure on this final week of the knockout stages, as they have been lying low for a little bit too long, they are going to try to ravage the battlefield to look for these points. It's not like they need it, but I'm pretty sure they do want to pick up quite a number to show people, hey, you know what, we're still in here. We're not to be forgotten just yet.
Yeah, speaking of people who need points, Expanded as well as the Star Knights looking back down at each other on the western front here. Outside of the ring, that's already been established on the third. Both at full fighting strength here. Expand has a lot of play area to work with, and it feels like they can actually walk on in. Yep, but they are going to scout before they do.
Attack all around in a decent spot indeed. That forest red, but Buriram at the very edge of the circle, not really wanting to rotate in just yet. They've got a vending machine to play with as well, so a great big advantage for Buriram in case things do go south for them. RRQ towards the right, but RRQ is going to be a little bit occupied with the players of Expand who are playing Troll under the bridge. It's just a matter of time before they are found. If that R1 scanner, you don't even need that. Acham found. Ma'al puts an instant end to him with the M82.
Oh, wait, I'm pretty sure RQ just saw one of the Falcon members drop down on the opposite end of the bridge here. Yep, and they take out one more. Here comes the second one. Maybe even a third. We'll see how this is going to play out, because now Expand members are starting to drop like flies, and even Peter gets taken out. Wait, by the Star Knights? Hold on, Star Knights have an angle on this? And yes, they're trying to get involved with RRQ while Buriram looks at this whole engagement go down.
Yeah, if you're Star Knights, you just stay silent until that final circle. They started to make a little bit of noise. RRQ says, okay, we'll pay a little bit of attention to you. Riptide Rhythm, grenades, ice grenade, tossed onto its 18D as well. Razor has got a great connective point from up top. He's got that vantage point to get all of this information, but Star Knights not looking to show up just yet. They hide behind their glue walls, now tanking the blue, trying their very best to avoid the engagement with RRQ.
Oh, Abe ends up getting knocked down here. This could be an opportunity, but it looks like BRU is getting involved, shooting the backs of the Star Knights as this engagement, the front lines fall down. RRQ will take down Roz as well. Deer can fall quickly, try and fall up to look for the trade of his own, but Boots is doing a pretty good job at covering that right side. Liam, the next to go down here. Hopefully Roz, able to take down Abe in the meantime. Finally the sniper is down, and BRU are knocking and kicking the front door open as they take on RRQ in an open battlefield.
Yeah, at an opportune moment, Buriram choosing to strike. Razor, though, picks himself right back up with the Horizon line. That's going to get caught out by Get High. The backstab is absolutely sharp, and does get sprayed down. Ma'al just not in a great position to back him up. Now, Get High exposed by the Riptide Rhythm, but a good defensive spot found for him. Falcons not going to be able to take advantage of that, but they do take advantage of Expand, who had their backs turned against them.
Yep, and unfortunately, the Keto ends up falling regardless here. Falcons have full fighting strength, and Expand ends their run here at 8th. Now, controlling the southern side is going to be important, but this is a downward slope. It's ever so slight, so close for getting that last shot off from On Fire. Still caught in a maze as Get High finds Peter sneaking up right through his backs. And BRU take full control over this southern side. It doesn't look good for the Falcon members. On Fire is going to try and get away. Ends up getting knocked down with one remaining member left. You do see him running for that north side, hoping he doesn't get caught out.
Yeah, man's running for his life for sure. And now GOW trying to take advantage of Buriram. This is not a fight you want, but GOW are already in a great place. They've already reached this stage, which means enough points from the side of placements. They should have enough firepower to sustain themselves, as well as that high ground advantage. Moshi has got the backs turned against the GOW players. The grenade, the split blitz will not find the connection, but GOW still have got a lot of time to gather their efforts to take that strike up against Buriram, as they are distracted by RRQ.
Oh man, Falcons get eliminated here. We've got both slowly creeping up onto the BRU members, and RRQ think, you know what? This is our opportunity. We can start fishing here and trying to scalp as many points as we can. Glue Wall Melter's doing a lot of work. Same goes for the Riptide Rhythm, but that's a lot of resources being thrown at the wall. This is, oh my goodness, there's still plenty of glue walls to walk through.
Yeah, Buriram sick and tired of someone shooting at their backs. They turn around and they say, what's your problem, man? And they take the fight straight up to GOW. But Demon sprays down Wasada. This is a big turnaround for the side of GOW. Jonah down on the ground as well. Demon doing God's work for the side of GOW and the whole of Vietnam. They confirm the strike onto Jonah. Get High sprayed down as well. GOW, the points they most desperately need, and they pick it off of Buriram of all teams.
And it's attack all around, looking for that final haymaker. Give me your lunch money, my brothers, as they start running them down, bullying the members of GOW who have not recovered just yet. They aren't at full fighting strength, but they don't have much of a choice here. There's still 5 more squads to deal with, and hopefully they get bailed out by somebody else as they're launching themselves towards PE to hopefully get some covering fire. 2 of their members already knocked down, but here in this knockout in the Arsenal, PE hold out against them, and GOW get eliminated at 5th.
So unfortunate with that launch pad. They were aiming for the very edge of the circle, but the circle was moving, and that puts them right outside to tank the damage from the blue. Attack all around already had the massive amount of damage on their backs. Unfortunate for GOW, just a little bit of a mistake with the trajectory. But now PE Sports, one of the teams desperate for points, are still alive and kicking up against AG Global. LBT gets sprayed down first as Jump God and Limit find him at the very same time. Narrow on Ban, can't really do much. AG Global towards their right, and the players of Attack all around right in front of them. Narrow steps on out with a sliver of health left on him, trying to play for those placement points, and he is successful in doing so. Don't Cry gonna be flanked from both Foki as well as Jump God, and this is the end for PE as Attack all around secures that booyah.
Play it low and slow. Wait for the right opportunities and attack all around to show you why they're part of the top 3. Consistently finding booyahs here and great angles to flush their opponents out. It was just a meat grinder at the very end.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Attack all around. Beautiful stuff. Second booyah of the day, and there's just no better way to get this done on that final week. And the most important thing here for Attack all around is to make sure they just outperform all of their other weeks, because they're not really at risk of being relegated. You don't get extra money if you do place higher within the first knockout rounds. You're just looking for the top 12. So this is just extra flexes coming through from AAA.
Yeah, and I mean, AAA are having the times of their lives. I feel like the opportunity presented itself. You know, maybe you could say it's a little bit of luck, of course, because there's just so much heat happening on that northern side that even GOW had a pretty good opportunity to actually take over this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Attack all around obviously had the best of positions. Buriram were in a great position to grab that booyah as well. Unfortunate for them, the circle was just not their friend this time round. AG Global put into the exact same predicament. PE Sports got caught between AG as well as Attack all around in that final sequence of battle and didn't really have luck on their side. They tried to get away. They split up on the battlefield, but little did they know, Attack all around had already split themselves up into a 2-2 buddy sort, moving towards the north as well as the south, and unfortunately that kind of got them caught with their pants down. PE Sports, we love the ideation, the execution just not on their side, but the fact of the matter is they got away from Buriram, they got to that final circle, they got the placement points that they were definitely looking for.
I mean, we gotta talk about this early game, right? Because again, I don't know how long this feud is gonna go between Juan as well as Expand, because it seems like they're always at each other's throat in these past 2 maps, and it's really costing them, especially for Hua, right? They were never able to truly recover in this game.
That's true. PE Sports, on the other hand, though, they did manage to get to the final circle, but I think the last time we sneaked a peek at them, I saw 1 elimination, which obviously is not going to do them a lot of good. But if they consistently find that final circle, then I guess they can just sustain just purely with those placement points. It's playing with fire, but whatever works for them, as long as they are picking up those points, I'm not going to complain in terms of how they're getting it done. And AG Global, of course, will be looking for more, but now's just not the time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like PE Sports definitely could open up their doors a little bit earlier into the game, because again, they need the points pretty desperately, and I understand that they want to play for as many placement points as possible, but the problem is the firepower, right? If they can get just a little bit more firepower, that just could be the deal breaker for them.
Yeah, and I also think confidence is key here. PE Sports just needs to build that back up a little bit. But of course, the interview, let's see exactly what Attack all around has to say once again for their success.
Again, Attack all around, and this is Limit, but I think he is limitless. So let's talk to him. What is that hairstyle?
อันนี้คือผมทรงอะไรคะ
ทรงจุกน้ำพุครับ
the fountain yeah
like a, or maybe a satellite or something.
Yeah, he said fountain.
What?
Lucky fountain, right?
Lucky
คุณพูดนำโชค
Lucky fountain.
What you use it for?
เอามาทำอะไร
What the benefits of this style?
ทรงนี้มันมีประโยชน์ยังไง
ผมมันบังหน้าครับไม่ได้ตัดผมครับรอตัดก่อนไปอินโดครับ
because the hair cover his eyes, so he didn't have time to go for the haircut, so he will do it before going to Indonesia.
That means if we want to follow your new hairstyle, we can follow your social media, right?
ก็คือถ้าอยากติดตามทรงผมใหม่ของลิมิตก็คือต้องไปตามในโซเชียลมีเดียช่องไหนคะ
ก็ช่อง AA Limit ก็ได้ครับ ใน TikTok ครับ
A limit in TikTok
on TikTok. Yeah, but actually he have many social media. You can follow him, and I know that your coach said, "Let's just praise you guys since the last week." But actually, when the team want to play shield like this, they will play the shield style just only the last week only. Why your coach did like that?
ก็ปกติพี่ยูกิเขาได้ยินมาว่าโค้ชบอกว่าให้เล่นแบบชิวๆได้ตั้งแต่อาทิตย์ที่แล้วแต่ว่าปกติแล้วเนี่ยโค้ชเขาจะบอกให้เล่นชิวในอาทิตย์สุดท้ายทำไมโค้ชถึงทำอย่างนั้น
ทำไมชิวเร็วกันจัง
จริงๆก็ชิวตั้งแต่วีคแรกแล้วครับแต่ว่ามันชิวคนละเหตุการณ์เฉยๆครับครับ
Actually we did the shield style in the first week but it depends on the situation and the situation are different from this week.
What is the difference from the first shield section and the second section
แล้วมันต่างกันยังไงชิวตอนนู้นกับชิวตอนนี้
ชิวแบบกดดันกับไม่กดดันนะ
It's like pressure chill and non pressure
so I heard that you have something to say to your fan like have more content in some channel can you say that to your fans
ก็คือ
Can you tell your fans
ก็คือให้โปรโมท
ได้ข่าวว่ามีแบบเหมือนคอนเทนต์อะไรสักอย่างหนึ่งที่ทำลงสักช่องหนึ่งใช่ไหมให้ไปตามได้เงี้ยไปทำคอนเทนต์อะไรมาแล้วลงที่ไหน
ครับก็ทำคอนเทนต์ไว้ครับกับน้องชายผมเองครับครูก้าครับในแฟนเพจมังคุดเกมเมอร์ครับติดตามได้ครับว่าวันนี้จะเอา3บูครับ3บู
นี่
So I made a content with my brother AA Kuga so you guys can go and follow at Mangkut Gamer Facebook fan page
Okay. Last but not least, I want you to say anything to your fan to make your fan have much more confidence that you're gonna get 3 booyah today.
ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยให้แฟนแบบว่ามั่นใจแบบเชื่อได้ว่าเราจะได้3 booyah วันนี้
ก็เน้นดวงครับเชื่อแน่นอนเนี่ยมีส่งจุกครับดวงดีครับวันนี้
So just we focus on our luck because you can see that I already have the fountain hairstyle.
Is that the way you make your fans confident? Okay, guys, let's get back to Shoutcaster.
Just writing that down. Hairstyle equals good gameplay. Make sure to have fountain hairstyle for increased luck. Thank you once again, Limit, for giving us the important information that everybody needs to become a professional player. Hairstyle equates skill.
It seems to be working, man. I mean, he's pretty deadly with the snipes out there on the battlefield. So that's my problem. That's why I haven't been getting those booyahs.
Yeah, makes sense. You gotta make sure you have a good hair day on, to make sure that you're landing every single one. No whiffs happening for this man, and for very good reason. Another thing that I have to say is, I gotta give a lot of respect to him, because Limit is not giving us the juicy bits from his coach. You can see him talking to him right now with his 6 eliminations, 3,000 worth of damage, and 8 headshots, but still listening and respecting his coach.
Yeah, massive game for attack all around here. Much more sharper than the Bermuda booyah that they walked away with. The last time, I think it was 20 eliminations. That's what they ended up the match with. That gives them 32 massive points out of this game. And that shoots them up to that #1 spot in terms of overall performance from the day. And we are only halfway through. A triple R1 single beast and setup. They absolutely wrecked the competition this time around.
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, based on the composition, I've been meaning to ask this of you, AJ. I'm curious to know, are you more of the triple Tatsuya lineups, or do you like what some of the teams like WAG are doing with the Cassies having the electrotherapy and making sure that one rusher is going to be super juiced?
It really depends if or not you're going to be sharp in taking down all of your opponents, right? And if you are attack all around, you most definitely can get good advantage of that rebel rush, rushing straight into the fight. But of course, if you are like WAG and you want to sustain some of these battles, you want to prolong life out there on the battlefield, you need that Cassie, you need some of those extra capabilities just to take that damage and walk away from the battle to find that final circle.
It's interesting because even teams like Twisted Minds, for an example, have also adopted this. But let's look at the elim leaders because attack all around, oh my goodness, this is going to be a big game for them. 6 all across the board from first to third with Jump God and Boon God getting into the mix. Falcons honestly had a pretty good time, and I think definitely, given if they had a bit of an opportunity to actually escape in towards the ring, it could have been a different story. But let's look at our key players.
It's a missed opportunity for AAA to get that 666 on Purgatory earlier, but they gave it to us on Alpine. I'll still take it. Limit once again showing up with the damage highlight, 3025. 7 knockdowns from Ma'al and 25 glue walls used by Wasana. Yeah, we definitely saw some of those glue walls. It was just chaotic for Buriram this time around.
Very, very chaotic. However, I want to highlight RRQ because right now they're not finding as much success as they did before. Yes, maybe they've slowed down a little bit and they don't want to reveal too many of the strategies, but I do think that the lobby has kind of changed ever so slightly. Last time it was just very early engagements in the previous week to then calming down to now a lot of gatekeeps being done and attack all around with them gatekeeping and also staying underneath the radar. 32 total points with 20 eliminations.
But the personal highlight for me on this game is 100% GOW, the team that I've been harping on time and time again. They desperately need more points. They need more points. And finally, they gave us the points that we were looking for. 17 from GOW. Yeah, that's definitely a miracle. PE Sports right behind them. They did manage to hustle quite a little bit in this matchup as well. But obviously, we need to look at what Attack All Around has managed to do for themselves. Ever more closer to Twisted Minds now. They are 24 points behind them. One more good game, one more booyah should put them in the 3rd spot.
Ah, man. With 11 and 12 being so close to each other, I mean, PE Sports, yeah, they want to create the distance, create more of a distance, but at least for GOW, breaking into the 600 is a bit of a sigh of relief. If they can get at least 40 more points somehow, how they're gonna do it, it's gonna be up to them. I think 25 points at the very minimum to feel a lot safer at the end of today.
Yeah, for sure, right? You do not want to be the team in the 12th spot because you are at risk of losing it, not even to Heavy, but to Onyx Olympus, who are a little bit more proficient in terms of picking up these points. And we know the fire in these boys, when they go all out, should be able to get the job done. And of course, this is the opportunity to pick up those points without Onyx Olympus being involved in this engagement. So PE Sports needs to hustle quite a little bit more. Currently 19 points behind GOW. And if GOW keeps this pace up, both of these two Vietnamese squads are going to be climbing the leaderboard quite a little bit today, which is exactly what I'm looking forward to.
I mean, you said it at the very beginning of the show, right? We wanted to see these teams create bigger point differentials, and now that we're heading into our next map, Kalahari, some people might like it, some people might not like it, but here's the thing. Early engagements in Kalahari is interesting when you do find the grapple gun super early on, especially with multiple charges. You can close a lot of distance really, really fast.
Yeah, and you know, thanks to the devs, they have now thrown that grappling hook into the vending machine as well, into the pocket market. So you spend 200 coins, you get that for yourself, and you'll be flying all across Kalahari, making the elevation that used to pose a big challenge to some of these players an absolute nothing at this point of time. Your biggest, of course, challenge is to find that high ground, which is going to be highly contested.
Yeah, it's, I mean, when we're talking about like the high grounds, verticalities, BRU comes into mind. They're really, really good in these close quarters. They make smart decisions all across the board. Oh, interesting. Hawaii is making a substitution here. It's going to be Striken out and Poppy in.
I'm pretty sure just to give them a little bit of opportunity to flex their fingers, make sure they are ready for the final battle when we get into Point Rush as well as the grand finals. Thus far, Hua Esports, they have most definitely disappointed me. They set the expectations extremely high in the first week, and I was looking forward to that explosive start to continue throughout the other weeks, but they have just been on a downward slump ever since. But I'm hoping for that to, of course, change when we head on into Point Rush as well as grand finals. Maybe they're just hiding whatever aces they've got under those sleeves.
Wait, don't worry about Hua. They're going to have to go for that early engagement against Expand once more. Maybe Todak, we don't know here, especially underneath the hot sun. Stand beneath your feet. It is time to head on over to the map that people love or hate. It's Kalahari. Good luck to all of our players here, and hopefully, you know, we're going to see a pretty good match. I would expect PE Sports to really take their time, because if Attack All Around is finding this much success staying underneath the radar, maybe PE Sports could take a couple of notes.
Yeah, most definitely, man. Hawaii Esports just is that anomaly, and I believe they have not hit their full stride just yet in the competition. Their biggest weakness is finding that final circle, but where they do not fall short is finding those engagements. So perhaps bringing in an analyst to the squad could really fix this for them, but it's a great start for them. It's a fantastic comeback for the squad after missing out on a couple of seasons.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Hua's going to get into an early engagement. Same goes for PE. However, whenever PE lands, you always expect to see the Star Knights not too far away. But let's look at our first early engagement here, because RRQ is taking a lot of damage from Vamos.
Yeah, absolutely. Vamos smiling ear to ear with this play, and Abe expired before Razor could get to him, but Duts is there for the instant revival. Ma'al brought back, even if Duts is caught out, this recovery is going to be smooth for them. And I love what Vamos is doing here. Vamos knows clearly that Refinery belongs to RRQ. They know clearly they cannot make it to the Point Rush or Grand Finals, and they're just making a name for themselves by shutting down RRQ, showing that if they really put their minds to it, they can get the job done. I just hope they would put their minds to it more often.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say, because again, Vamos definitely are more of a team that sprints than they do take a marathon run, right? You see them being very, very explosive, but at the same time, the lack of foresight sometimes costs them some very easy games. But now we do see that Dutz is marked for death. So the rest of Vamos, they know exactly where he is. They could look for the chase, if not just hold down Refinery, but it looks like they are going to go for the chase. They are not letting Dutz get away with this.
Legloth from Indonesia, ex-player of RRQ, moved on over to Vamos as the captain, forced to play on the squad since the team wasn't really performing. But this seems to be a blessing, because the moment Legloth picked up that phone to play within the squad, the performance of Team Vamos just turned around 180. The only difference is, like you said, they sprint. They can't really finish the race most of the time because they're just, trying to catch their breath halfway through, and they get wiped out by a third party. Not something that I'm looking forward to happening for them once again here, as Duts is able to turn things around, but it was Hua Esports to claim the life of Duts, which means there's trouble for Vamos. They have to run away. They cannot afford engaging with Hua.
Oh, this is such an important battle between PE Esports and as well as the Star Knights. PE Esports want to maintain their lead. Star Knights want to stop PE Esports from getting any more points. But 18 Deer has already been knocked down, and this is a huge opportunity for PE Esports to collect as many points as possible and send Star Knights back to the lobby. Jumping straight away with the grapple hook, getting on top of Lean. He wasn't prepared for it as the Trogon takes him out. LBT does God's work as Faiz, he's got line of sight, but the glue walls deny him space and a line of sight. Don't cry being the distraction. Great movement from him. He can't seem to be touched right now as the electrotherapy is going to keep him alive. As the rest of the PE Esports members will take down the sniper. But on the opposite end, LBT turn the corner and takes down Roz.
Brilliant play, biding their time, but now Falcons dropping by. They hear the sounds and they want to take advantage of this situation as the third party. One more taking that high ground, bird's eye view, playing perfectly to their names as Falcons. But Team PE Esports not going to be waiting, biding their time for Falcons to catch up. They turn around, they shut down On Fire, and they take that high ground away from them. LBT misses the jump. Narrow, on the other hand, does manage to get on up there. He's got the Trogon in hand, but a maze of glue wall stops them from getting to their target.
They're going to try the nade collects! The Trogon nade connects, and Narrow goes down. And now one more on the low ground here. This is not looking good. PE Esports still have all their members plus the grenade! One more! He's still around! He's going to roll. Trying to turn the corner as LBT is on the chase, looking for one more this time. Does find the knockdown. LBT has been doing so much work for this squad. PE Esports are awake. Now, Falcons, they're giving up on this fight. The last two members will fight off. Somebody else ran away. Peter goes down, and PE Esports with 7 eliminations.
Holy mama, where was this version of PE Esports all this time? But I am not complaining, baby. Bring me more. 7 eliminations from the get-go. Star Knights didn't stand a chance. Even Falcons attacking them from the back didn't stand a chance. Even Falcons did not expect them to turn things around in that way. RRQ looking for a little bit of revenge up against Expand. Chap straight down to the ground. Razor was there with his Bison. Axel nowhere in position to provide them that backup. Ice Grader going to be tossed in. Ma'al looking for that high ground to connect with a VSS. Does just managed to find the connection. Axel loses half his life. Dutch going in for the follow-up as well. Kachip with a sliver of health. Can they get this knock here? Dutch has got the vector in hand, goes in for the sprays. On the opposite side, Ma'al cuts off the rotation with the Bison. Axel tagged up as well. And this will have to be the end. Expand out in 12.
Oh, they've just been washed. They've just been washed. They weren't expecting RRQ to be able to transverse that much distance to cut off their escape route. The beauty of the grapple hooks, the beauty of the utility being provided. And that, RRQ, just top up on some extra currency and top up the rest of their utils.
I don't know how they managed to catch right back up with them, but that was a beautiful play from RRQ. 4 eliminations in hand. The recovery is perfect. Now it shrines. Oh, goodness me. And Vamos as well, kind of biting the dust there. Narrow finding the final player, taking them out of the equation. 2 Malaysian squads out of the run.
All right, let's jump on over and see what BRU is doing. And it looks like BRU has figured out that GOW has been kind of mirroring them throughout these matches, and they're not happy with that. BRU don't want to take this early engagement unless they've got accurate info. I do see that the binoculars were being used, and also a UAV earlier. I'm pretty sure they know that Iza is sitting right at the top of that watchtower.
I love the rotation by GOW here. Buriram trying to very slowly wrap around them. But they haven't managed to catch any players just yet. And like you said, Iza with a watchtower, high ground advantage, bird's eye view, sees the rotation of the players on the side of Buriram as he provides the rest of his team members the info. Iza sniped down from the tower. Wasana finding the connection. But he drops down to the ground, looking for that pickup. Question is, can they get it? Man still bleeding out.
They need to do something fast here. Oh, Asana, he whiffed it. He whiffed it. He's gonna go onto the low ground and try. He's gonna take the grapple. He sees Iza flying up, but he doesn't know that some of the GOW members are literally right underneath him. Asana turns the corner and finally starts making contact here. Tries to deny the launch pad, and he's gonna try one more time. Khan unfortunately does not win that out against Wasana.
Yeah, I mean, great plays from GOW to try to get away from Buriram, but clearly they are phenomenal predators out there. 2 eliminations already found from GOW, but a couple of players did manage to get away, but not out of the thick of the action just yet. Now Traps have got that high ground advantage up against GOW, who tried to run away from Buriram. Out of the pan into the fire for this squad. GOW now trying their very best to hold on after a fantastic start to this map.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the refinery was left open for this long. We do know that there is another squad towards the northwestern side, but for now, Torak don't mind this, right? They get to look down on GOW and they can just hold them hostage here for as long as they want.
What's crazy is Vamos took that beautiful opener up against RRQ at refinery, but they were the ones to fall early. Recovery from RRQ was phenomenal. And now Todak, the final Malaysian squad in here to make the nation proud. Perhaps not to qualify for Point Rush and the Grand Finals, but at the very least, for a great performance on this final week. They're going in for the hunt. Iza spotted out. Man has got no choice whatsoever. Tries to run towards the 2 players who dropped right in front of him. Did not expect Seven to be spraying him down from up top. And it's Wings the one that gets the final connection.
Yep, and they spot Dion in the midst of it, hiding at the bottom of the cliff face here. Gonna get hailed with fire, and GOW get eliminated at 10th. Unfortunate scenario for them.
Unfortunate indeed. They had the eliminations this time, could not find those placement points for themselves. But at the end of the day, that has always been their greatest weak point. Finding those final circles. But GOW is not out of the run just yet. They do have a 19-point lead up against PE Sports. So even if PE does extremely well in this game, they still will not be able to overtake them yet.
All right, let's see which one of these alphas are going to take it now. AG against Attack All Around. Attack All Around sitting with 3 of their members in the broken ship. The frontline Floki, he needs to find a way to retreat back because AG is taking a lot of face at an absurd pace. Saifa does not want to let him go as he's trying to open up and get info on where the members of Attack All Around is, communicates it, relays it back to the team, and now the stalemate continues. Almost Shinpung got out of the sky. Very close, lagging behind just a little bit there, but you get the idea. And now AG, they got to play this push and pull.
Let's see, as Attack All Around looks to drop away from this engagement. They don't really want to commit fully towards AG Global. They know they've got a defensive advantage. The circle's still pretty much on their side. They don't really have to rush on out. They'll have to wait a few more seconds to see exactly who gets that first connection, because that's going to start that full-on engagement. PE Sports, surprisingly, the leaders of eliminations in this lobby. but they are going to be gate kept for the moment by Falcons. Peter looking for that opportunity to once again take the strike against them. Earlier on, Falcons almost bit the dust up against PE Sports, but now they've got a slight bit of an advantage here. But circle number 2 is not the greatest damage circle 3 is not the greatest damage dealer, so they can breathe easy for a bit.
I am curious to know whether PE Sports, yep, they have a launch rig, and they're going to be able to get right into the ring and head in from the eastern side. Falcons going to keep up with the chase here. Peter, not going to let this go just yet. You don't just beat Falcons and get 7 eliminations without anything, but it looks like attack all around. Do notice, and they fall right in front of their line of sight. AG is just behind them, and attack all around need to make a choice, and they want to take out PE.
Yeah, that's it, man. LBT now desperately looking for the revival. There is a vending machine inside there, and he's going straight up for it. But the problem here is attack all around knows that. And Falcons from afar, they do drop in a couple of shots. Now, AG Global, understanding attack all around, is distracted. They are going to go in for that shot. Folky spots out Dew, trying to take that high ground advantage up against him. AC80 finds the double connection. Dew has got that M82B, so those glue walls not going to help out Folky. Attack all around in a little bit of trouble. Now, this chaos helps PE Sports, buys them a little bit of extra time, and they can go in for the revival.
Sneaks away, and it looks like one more might be tailing immediately after him. Stop on the bottom floor is going to notice both of them, as Sypha has already taken out Boomgod and as well as Floki. It's looking so good for AG. They might become the elimination leaders after they've cleaned up the area. Falcons taking so much damage. Attack all around, getting eliminated pretty quick too. They gotta win this fight, and Stop is here to see Nero and takes him out with the Trogon himself. Wins out the CQC, 7 eliminations in the bag. Don't cry. Just a little bit off from Katarina, but we cut back to Toda.
Patience surely pays for AG Global. The opportune moment taken good advantage of to sneak in and take out attack all around. But Star Knights unfortunately faltering as well as they fall, getting eliminated in 7th. Toda following suit. RRQ absolutely wrecking havoc out here.
Whoa. Looking down at the members of RRQ. At least for AG, they've cleaned up their side of the map and now are the elimination leaders. But RRQ, with the lack of members, they smell the weakness as Death just watches on the outside as the rest of his team breaches the compound.
Esports looking for the finisher here up against RRQ. Faye with the Drogon in hand, tries to sneak away, but Poppy says hello. Ma'al and Abe both dropped, and it looks like the revival did come through. No, it did not. RRQ downed and out. Someone had the horizon line, just did not have the time to use it.
So close. We do see that BRU is coming in from the southern side, but AG in a phenomenal position of their own. Easy way to make it into the ring. Has high ground, has a very good vision over the rest of the landscape of the map. And now with Don't Cry, hopefully they can just flush him out here and now to secure their 12th elimination of this game. Don't Cry already low. He got clipped by the Trogon here, and Sypha won't let him through. 5th place. That is going to be the poor esports members.
It's good enough for PE Sports here, a team that's still in the 12th spot. It's not going to be enough to overtake GOW, but just enough to make sure the pressure is there on Heavy and Onyx, who are not playing today. Falcon outside the circle, Kororu dealing with heavy damage being given to him by the blue. What in the world? Riptide Rhythm straight up to Moshi, and Caramel finding that perfect connection. The timing was sublime.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Karo got so lucky. So very lucky that Moshi got taken out there. But still, Wasana not going to let him go through. It's going to be a triple kill for here as they get Moshi back up to speed at full fighting strength. Now, BRU have been bowing out early because they are down a man in those final rings. And Hua wants to be a part of this, and AG looking to encapsulate everybody. Wait, what the heck?
They're literally walking outside of the safe zone. They already had a good defensive spot, but they just want to take this fight up to the rest of the teams. Buriram now going to be flanked from the left-hand side, and an AG Global taking good advantage of all of this chaos. Get high down on the ground. Wasana can't go in for the pickup just yet. Stop beats him halfway, puts him on the ground. Moshi, the long-range specialist, cannot deal with an up-close and personal fight up against so many players. AG Global wipe the floor with Buriram.
Oh my goodness, they're going to start consuming the rest of this lobby. Like AG, I've seen this momentum before with Falcons only having one member, and Hua, a majority of them have taken the portal. Wait, actually, only Death took the portal go out of there. Yanbin and as well as Shin are just gonna leg it. I think they spotted out the last remaining member, Peter here from Falcons.
And Hua looking for the final finisher before dealing with AG Global. They know they don't have a chance for the booyah, so they go in for that extra point. And now it's a 2v4 unless they do manage to pick up their player Shin, who has a sliver of health left on him, manages to bleed out there as Dew got that final shot. AG Global still chilling outside the circle, trying to go ring around with the Rosie on this van, looking for Death to deal the exact same to him.
Yeah, but eventually it's gonna fall, and that's can't do much about it. With Death gone, while with one remaining member left, Yanbin, he's gonna eventually fall still. AG, they played such a good game. Played it patient, played it hyper-aggressive, and things just kept on working out for them to succeed in this map. Booyah for AG Global.
AG Global with the second booyah of the day to equalize up against Attack All Around. And there's a huge possibility here they overtake Attack on the overall leaderboard for the day's performance after the phenomenal style of walking away with the top spot. I mean, they could have just bided it, just waited in that circle, the final one, dropped them halfway, but decided, you know what, let's just go all out with it, and that was the best decision that they
really did. I was so surprised that they made a call like that, right? Because we did see a couple of knockdowns in the feed itself from two separate teams as well. They knew that it was going to be a close engagement, but the fact that they wanted to go for high ground and then start clearing the bottom floors was a pretty good idea, because as they were clearing, they're basically on the outside of Hua, and may I say, I think it might have, both Hua and as well as AG, they were on the same wavelength. They saw the BRU logo on that glue wall as they made it into the compound, and they both agreed, hey, you take that side, I take this side, we can flush these guys out.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that opportunity was just literally a low-hanging fruit, and they were thinking, you know what, we are already at a position where we need those elimination points, so let's just go all out, right? They put themselves through the test, and once again, Hua Esports is not a team that struggles, to find those eliminations. They are, in fact, much better at finding those eliminations than finding that final circle. So this was, in the overall grand scheme of things, a great game for Hua Esports after a long time.
Man, but this boat was just so bloody. So many teams fell here so quickly, and I think that I felt real bad for PE Esports because it's kind of unlucky, right? You start off so well in the round, and just one unfortunate not knowing that you're walking into the middle of a Cold War happening against AG.
That was all forced by Falcons, and PE Esports ended up gifting the booyah to AG Global, mainly because it was a situation where AG Global was already scouting out Attack All Around, just waiting for that opportune moment. All Around was scouting out AG, waiting for their own opportune moment, and then the distraction came from the back in the form of PE Sports. Attack All Around took advantage, of course. They picked up decent points, but were punished for it. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's throw it back to Yuki, who's having a lot of questions to throw to these players. It's an all-out Thailand day.
Hey guys, this is AG and the God of Thunder is here สายฟ้าค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
Yeah สวัสดีค่ะสายฟ้า
ครับ
Are you excited
ตื่นเต้นไหมคะ
ตื่นเต้นครับ
Yes I am
Because of the competition or because of the interview
เพราะว่าการแข่งขันหรือว่าเพราะการสัมภาษณ์คะ
เพราะการสัมภาษณ์ครับ
The interview
Why Am I look too scary for you
ทำไมคะพี่ยูน่ากลัวเหรอ
เปล่าครับเขินกล้อง
No it's because I am too shy to be on the interview session
Okay Can I ask you about our Marshall because everyone talking about our Marshall is the prettiest Marshall in the league What do you think
ถามเรื่องมาแชลที่มายืนข้างหลังเราว่าตอนนี้เรามีมาแชลสวยๆ
น่ารักอะไรอย่างเงี้ยแบบ
คำถามคือ
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการมีมาแชลน่ารักแบบคอยยืนอยู่ข้างหลังให้กำลังใจ
ทำไมต้องยิ้มกุ้มกิ่ม can see his smile
Maybe his smile is the answer already Okay so what type of your girl you like
ชอบผู้หญิงสไตล์ไหนชอบผู้หญิงแบบไหน
ได้หมดครับน่ารัก
Can be anything just cute
Can you describe the word cute What is cute It mean the appearance or any habit
ขยายความคำว่าน่ารักของเราหน่อยค่ะว่าคือแบบว่าน่ารักแบบหน้าตารูปร่างหรืออะไรหรือว่านิสัย
อะไรบางอย่างที่แบบรู้สึกแบบนี้น่ารักดีกินเก่งหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ย
นิสัยครับ
personality
Okay let's get back into the game cut into the chest Okay I want to know that when the AG candidate you always candidate like today you already got the booyah and we have 2 games left Do you think that you gonna get more booyah
เนื่องจากว่า AG ก็พอเหมือนได้บูย่าครั้งหนึ่งแล้วมันก็ได้เรื่อยๆแล้วเราเหลืออีก2เกมคิดว่าเราจะได้บูย่าเพิ่มไหมคะ
คิดว่าได้แน่นอนครับ
Yes I think we're gonna get more for sure
How many
เท่าไหร่คะกี่เกม
น่าจะ1พอครับ
Might be another one enough
so humble so which map you want it to be in the last game
อยากให้แมปสุดท้ายเป็นแมปไหนคะ
อยากให้เป็นเด็กเทล่าเพราะของเยอะ
Dextera because there are a lot of equipment
Okay last but not least can you say anything to your fans
ฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ฝากติดตาม AG เชียร์ AG ไปเรื่อยๆนะครับจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please follow and support at AG we will do our best
and this is Saifa from AG guys let's see they're gonna get another booyah or not and now back to you Shoutcaster
Thanks, Yuki. A way to introduce the man, the god of thunder. I've never seen a player be so shy and blink that many times in a single interview. Somebody's got to get a counter on that. But there's a reason why he's the god of thunder. He's quick, he's fast, and most importantly, he is so sharp at running down his targets.
Yeah, absolutely. AG Global, when they do get aggressive out there on the battlefield, it is pretty difficult to put a pause on their stride. And Cypher, one of the deadliest players out there on the battlefield, 183 eliminations thus far in the competition. In this game alone, 6 eliminations, 1,941 damage, 2 headshots. Either way, he is trouble if he shows up, especially alongside you out there.
I'm just so glad that AG has changed up their play style. They used to play, they had this early strat of having 3 of their members kind of drop down, and then Cypher kind of does his own thing to look for elimination, similar to Attack All Around's limit. Both of them kind of did this. Both of them kind of messed around with other people. But now that AG has gotten a good idea of how everybody plays, they've downloaded that information and they stick as 4. You can see that they are confident in their gunfights, especially in a full 4-man squad.
For sure. Stop Cypher, Dew, and Caramel walking in with the triple Tatsuya as well as the A124. Even with the Silver Spoon, Joseph would not be able to save a lot of them, unfortunately, because even if you do negate the effects of the A124, you cannot negate exactly what Dew and Cypher bring onto the battlefield, which is just pure deadly firepower, right? And we saw how sharp and accurate they were in terms of waiting for that opportune moment and then jumping in for the critical strike. Massive number of eliminations for them this time.
Dang, look at the damage distribution across the board. The whole team was farming this game. This is a very dominant performance coming in from AG, and we don't get to see too many of these types of dominant performance. Maybe from like the hottest week of BRU, but AG, they've done this before, and it feels good to see them trying to do it again here. For next Terra, I'm not so sure if they're going to get away with it. I understand the concerns that Cypher has, especially when you look at it in first place, it's going to be Cypher with 6 elims, Stop at 3rd with 5 elims, and then Do with 4. But Hua has been catching up pretty quick, and even PE Sports has surprised us with the early game eliminations.
Yep, great consolation here for the Vietnamese squads. PE Sports, especially the team that most definitely needs to climb that leaderboard a little bit more. And now they should be so much more closer to GOW. GOW hasn't been having the greatest of days out there. PE just slightly better than them. But of course, the other key players out there is also Buriram with the Wasana headshots, 10 of them in total. It's just that they bowed out a little bit too early.
Yeah, unfortunate situation, right? They got identified as BRU and then everybody decided to gang up on them in one compound. Not the funnest time for them, but I am genuinely concerned for Hua at this stage of the game, right? They have 19 points here, but it's a high-risk, high-reward playstyle. But once again, congrats to AG Global. 31 points, big points for them, but everybody else, it is starting to look pretty grim as the day goes by. From 7th place onwards, they're barely breaking into double digits.
Yeah, Star Knights kind of faltered this one, 3 points. GOW only picked up 1, but PE Sports definitely kind of keeping their end of the bargain out here for the Vietnamese region. PE Sports with the 15. This one's a miracle because they have been pretty consistently, doing decent in their matches. And if this continues, then getting into or flying into Jakarta is not going to be an impossible situation at all. Now, 599 points, just 5 points behind GOW. But the more important point is they're running away from Onyx and Heavy.
Yeah, they're getting further and further away. Having a 45 deficit, sure. A 44 deficit, sure, is a good idea. But generally, they want to get close to 80-point differential between Heavy and themselves. Then you can kind of play the odds here because Heavy doesn't necessarily get 80 at an average of 80 points every single week.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, that would be a great thing if they could pull something like that off. But, you know, they do have their own challenges. But when you look at the left-hand side of the leaderboard, the top flight teams are still flying up high. They don't seem to be having any problems whatsoever. And they're just sharpening their skills ever more before getting to Jakarta, just so that they can deal with the extra home ground advantage that the Indonesians have. Speaking of which, the Indonesian teams are not really doing all that too well.
Well, I do think that they kind of toned down unironically. Maybe not for the Star Knights because they're definitely in a more precarious situation, so they have to be a little bit more aggressive and more desperate in some of their plays. But teams like RRQ in particular, feels like they can't get into the positions that they're looking for. Their end game scenarios haven't been as clean.
Yeah. Surprisingly, I think they're focusing more on eliminations than looking for the final circles. They're usually extremely good at it. But of course, we'll figure out if or not they are going to go for the final circle play once again in the final 2 games. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we'll jump into Next Terra.
Anything if I circle it, see something that you like, you could draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you could draw around it.
In here, but there's a very little move to play. Right now, trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang e-postnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and did they finally finish up Wasana?
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan counting.
Now,
let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
In here, but there's a very little move to play. Right now, trying to get away. Chrono will be put out, and there goes Bigatron Delta for the Booyah.
Gak usah mainin gede aja kalau mau menang e-posnya.
With that AWM in hand, a little bit too close, and they finally finish up Wasana.
Kalau Buya tidur aja, jangan taunting.
Now, there's no going in. Moshi right now goes in for the jump, but Moshi still goes down. Eliminated back-to-back Booyah.
Trying to make the best out of this as they spot out Alan with a Wukong. Turns into a bush for just a sliver of a second, but Buriram, a back-to-back-to-back.
ฝากติดตามพวกผมนะครับรายการนี้จะเอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับก็
Team Aim got backing him up. Nameless goes down, slamming down on the ground. Good day from afar. He was divided with the final Booyah.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it, I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
First blood.
Welcome, survivors. You're watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia. It's currently day 70 here at the Day 17 here of the knockout stage. And so far today has been pretty exciting in the past 4 maps. If you haven't watched it, rewind to go check it out because the fall season does not disappoint as teams are building up to the global grand finals at the end of this year. Now, with me getting Q as well as AJ Mustachio, we're going to be bringing you the action here because teams have now become a little bit more bloodthirsty, and just like my lights in my room right now, they are turned on and turned up.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. But of course, teams like Star Knights would be hoping for a 70-day knockout stage where they can slowly climb the leaderboard, but that is not going to be a possibility. They only have limited options and they are on their very final opportunity. 2 more games for Star Knights. They need 58 points to break through to the top 12. And based on whatever that's been happening thus far, I think it's close to impossible because the past 4 games, they've only managed to collect a total of 21 points for themselves. But of course, AG Global, Attack All Around, and Buriram having no problems whatsoever raking in those points.
I have to agree with you. It's looking pretty grim for the Star Knights. They've made some very desperate moves overall, and after P Esports in our previous map of Kalahari actually surviving and getting a good amount of elimination points in the earlier stages of the game, it really kind of sets the tone for Nextera and as well as our potential random map. Hopefully it's something that they're comfortable in playing in to find some sort of success. But let's look at our next map, right? Nextera, obviously you got to give a shout out to WAG. They continue to do well, but also All Gamers Global and Buriram United Esports.
Absolutely. And of course, if we want to add in another team that is playing from Group B in the top 3, you can also throw in Falcons there. If you want to drag in the top 5 performers on Nextera, you can add in Attack All Around as well as PE Sports. This is most definitely going to be a big fight for all 5 of these squads for that booyah, for that final opportunity to grab some points on Nextera, because you don't know if or not that randomizer will bring you back here again.
It looks like a substitution is being made. It's going to be Ton 4T this time round. Hopefully that's going to make a difference. Get everybody warmed up as we're getting closer and closer to the point rush. Now let's look at our top 3 damage dealers here, all of which are snipers, all of which use the AWM, but only one about to touch 10,000.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, Dew continues to wreck the battlefield. 202 eliminations thus far, 159,000 damage overall in the competition, 9,914 just from today. That's pretty crazy, right? And of course, Limit right behind him with the AWM, but can't match up to his prowess just yet. He needs to continue hustling for quite a little bit. But when you take a look at the performance from Hua Esports, although overall in the grand scheme of things, they're not the craziest team out there when it comes to picking up points, today they haven't really had a really bad day.
Yeah, they haven't really had a bad day just yet, but I do think that, based off of their average elimination points, I think they should really just lean into that from this stage onwards, right? Same goes for Team Falcons, who haven't had as much success. They've been kind of killing it when it comes to down to squad v squads, but sometimes it does get a little unfortunate at the same time when they get looked down upon from many different teams. I think their overall strategy is great and it works really well for this lobby. The major problem is coming into that mid game. It's kind of a 50-50. It's either they make it all the way to the end or they bow out relatively early in 5th or maybe even 6th.
Yeah, I still call bluff on whatever Falcons is doing out there at this point of time. I think they are still just trying to make sure nobody sees them as a threat, and then they plan to explode on the point rush as well as grand finals. But I think it's a huge risk at the very same time, because you're not really getting into the thick of the action. Everybody else is warmed up. Everybody else is ready for the explosive fight that's going to happen at Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals. Falcons, on the other hand, are kind of staying out of all of those big fights, which could just creep up on them towards the very end. 6 booyahs overall from the knockout stage after playing 64 games. I think is not really a good mark for the reigning defending champions.
It can definitely be better. I'm with you with that potential bluff. We'll see whether or not the Point Rush is going to, verify our concerns. But here's the stars that we must watch. Obviously, AG Do, I think people are pretty tired because his name just keeps on popping up. He's everywhere all the time. But Limit and as well as Maul have been doing really well, respectively. Limit in particular, right? Attack All Around is currently in a position where, again, they've had dominant games, but it feels like, sometimes it feels like some of these eliminations are kind of handed to them. It's tough to say whether they're in the right place or right time, or for their opponents, it's just wrong place, wrong time.
RRQ's Ma'al, on the other hand, has been having a decent play out there. He's ranked as a support player, but he's the sniper of the squad as well. So this is a great comparison between these 3 players that we have to look out for in this next match. But in the grand scheme of things, RRQ hasn't really been doing much today. And even though they haven't been doing much, they're still ranked 4th in the overall day's performance, which is very impressive. This is not the team going all out, and still they're in the top 5. If they did put in effort, you can just imagine what they're capable of.
Well, there's a collection of reasons why I think that RRQ, at the very least, yes, they are getting good positional points, but I think like a majority of the time, especially with our top 3 of BRU, AG, and as well as Attack All Around, I would make an argument for PE Sports as well as Hua sometimes, especially when we come down to that mid game. But those 3 teams, Attack All Around, AG, and BRU, they are just farming this lobby really hard right now compared to everybody else.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, PE has got 2 more opportunities to pick up those points. They're now 5 points behind GOW. Overtaking GOW shouldn't really be an impossible thing here. But of course, let's also focus down on the player head-to-head between AG Global and Hua Esports. Death versus Cypher. And it's pretty neck and neck when it comes to the eliminations. Death actually outdoing Cypher with the damage, surprisingly.
Yeah, I think that, Death is a sniper, so it's expected to him to have some pretty high damage. And the way that Death plays is really very much like a hitman. He sits there, you think, is he gonna take the shot or not? And the next thing you know, the opponent's already on his knees.
Absolutely. And of course, we take a sneak peek here at the players from the side of Malaysia as well. Big smiles, but we should be crying. We should be seeing some frowns on those faces, ready and focused to get into those matches, but we'll catch up with them in a little bit. Top 3 most used characters, Tatsuya for a good reason. The Rebel Rush helps you get out of the thick of the action or get straight into it. Skylar with the Riptide Rhythm as well as the A124, although the A124 not as effective as it used to be in the past patches.
Yeah, but I feel like things are going to change, right? As we get closer and closer towards the end, I don't think these stats are really going to change because, again, early in this season, everybody's going to be using Tatsuya anyway, so again, not too surprising in that department. But then we look at the passive skills, which I think is pretty important, right? Because we are seeing that, with Andrew, Awakened Andrew, by the way, with Joseph and Shani also coming up in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Joseph, just to disable whatever A124 or, any of those, effects that slow you down or make you drop your rate of fire to be negated instantaneously. And the Awakened Andrew for the extra layer of defense. But the adjustment brought forth in the recent times, I assume that would discourage players from using the Andrew, especially for teams that do break up out there on the battlefield, but they still do seem to be sticking with him.
Well, I mean, we have some teams opting to go for a little bit of a variance instead of Awakened Andrew, sometimes even having a J-Beebs in their comp, but it really depends on the role, right? The importance is what is your role and what do you need to actually excel your role. If you're going to be a rusher, I still feel that Andrew is overall just going to be decent, but it's tough to say, right? I would expect the landscape of the meta to change even more, and I think right now it's an okay time to test if you are within the higher ranks of points. But if you're in the lower ranks, it's crunch time. You don't have any other opportunities to experiment. You desperately need to claw your way into top 12.
Yeah, you are most definitely right about that. And of course, the team that is currently in the spotlight, of course, Star Knights, they are in the bottom 6. They had to climb up. They had an opportunity today, but they've blown it, unfortunately. 21 points over the past 4 games. Once again, an average of 5.02 points per game. Definitely not going to cut it for them. And the teams that are ahead of them, Onyx, Olympus, as well as Heavy, are not even playing today. They've got another day of play tomorrow on Sunday as we close off the final week of the knockout stage. And with them already being ahead of them, I guess this is the end of the road for Star Knights. Heavy and Onyx will have a good opportunity to fight PE Sports for that spot up here on the top 12 tomorrow.
I mean, it's not even realistic, right? The only real way that they can do it is if they have like 2 banger maps of like 35 points each, and majority of the time it's hard enough to get 30 points to begin with. I think I think that as we progress, another substitution is made. Coscu is coming in for Kororo. Okay.
I miss the man. I am very glad to see Coscu coming back onto the squad. And this is the explosive version of the team, right? Coscu, he can deal that damage mid as well as close range. A specialist up close and personal, especially with a shotgun in his hand. I'm pretty sure they are going to be looking for some more solid points here in the final 2 games. The question is, do they get their favorite maps out there?
Yeah. Whether or not they're going to get their favorite maps is going to be up to debate. We've definitely seen a couple of interesting ones. I'm just hoping that it doesn't still end up on Alpine. Maybe get, I feel like the Bermudas, and as much as I hate the map, the Kalaharis have been kind of interesting to be played amongst the teams because they changed their play styles during this very final map to kind of like take whatever they've learned in the previous time they played and apply it for the future.
And of course, Falcons will be absolutely glad if we did get to Alpine or Kalahari. Nextera's not really their best map, but, they have to really bet everything on this next game just so that they can have a little bit of extra practice before getting into the grand finals week. Wasana, Diamond, as well as Cypher, the highlights for the top 3 headshots so far, and Wasana's absolutely killing it out there.
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know Free Fire, shotguns are just great. They're so great. Getting headshots on them is pretty easy to achieve. You may think that the rate of fire is going to be the downside of it, but no, with that many pellets, you just need to roughly keep his head in the area. So let's look at the top 3 knockdowns here. I don't want to give you some loaded questions, but man, looking at Wasana be part of that lineup, and honestly 6 knockdowns away from Moshi, it's pretty close amongst the BRU members. And then there's Do.
Yeah, absolutely right. Do doesn't have the most number of eliminations like Wasana, but there's a huge difference in terms of the roles that they play, right? A little bit more of a fairer comparison is between Dew as well as Moshi, and Moshi just hasn't truly unleashed his potential out there on the battlefield, and the main reason why he hasn't done that is because he's in Buriram. You don't need to. Everybody plays their part. Everybody's rushing in for those eliminations, and he's technically the backup player of the squad, so he's staying out of a lot of these engagements, which is what makes me kind of like not say Dew is the most supreme sniper out there on the battlefield. I think on a good day, Moshi versus Dew, it could be a tie, but I would still bet on Moshi.
Dude, they need to get a content piece where they 1v1 each other with AWMs. We need that to happen someday. But I think that when we expect Moshi to start performing is probably after he wins a Mobies or something, right? Nominated as one of the esports players of the year. But let's look at the player stats for Todak's Wings, because I think he's one of the outstanding members from Todak's side to be able to not only support the team, but unfortunately the stats don't necessarily back that claim up.
Only because they're not showing the total number of revives. That guy would actually be somewhere up in the top. I mean, Toda has been continuously tortured out there on the battlefield, and Wings is one of the core reasons why they have sustained their battle in a lot of these games towards the mid part of those maps, right? Without him, I think the team would have faltered, and Wings also chipped in by giving them quite a number of eliminations. I mean, great plays from him overall. It's just not the season for Toda or the rest of the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, it's just not their season here today, but for everybody else, it's going to be all-out war as they get close together, far apart, looking into the past when they only need to look for the future. Welcome to that city. It's Next Terra as we hop on in to the plane and check out the flight path.
Absolutely right, baby. And whether or not PE Sports will be able to make some good work out of this map, we'll have to wait and see. Top 5 teams on Next Era between groups A and B. You're looking at AG Global, Buriram Falcon, AAA, as well as PE Sports. The craziest thing about this is the first 4 teams all from Thailand. Today has been an all-out Thailand day, and it seems like it might just continue.
They're keeping that streak alive here, and let's see what the flight path is going to go. It's slightly skewed, but it's not that much. It's pretty much all standard at this point. Intellect Center is probably going to get walked upon by somebody eventually, and looks like it just might be the Star Knights and as well as Toraku are going to contest that spot. Are there any other early contesters? It doesn't seem to be, but Falcons will take Twin Bridge. And here's the worrisome thing. Anybody in Intellect Center, yeah, sure, maybe they can win that fight out, but walking out of that area is where they have the most amount of problems.
AG Global and Hua Esports, they kind of rub shoulders a little bit, and they take a 1-for-1 against each other. Great plays thus far, but AG Global does not get to confirm the elimination. The pickup was perfect for the side of Hua, and they've got a 1-up on them. Stop has been revived, but it's going to take him a while to find that drop right back in here and pick up his weapons. But it looks like Hua Esports is not ready for an all-out battle just yet. They hold back.
Oh, speaking of an all-out battle here, Todak will face off against Expand, while the Star Knights are going to be looking over them here by the Intellect Center. Good luck to Raja, as Tito is going to try and push. He pushes out of position here. Or tries his best as well. Oh man, Kevin's so low, but hides behind the blue wall just in time. The Riptide Rhythm comes, but it doesn't look like it's in a good spot to get rid of a majority of these glue walls. With only one member down, he's going to be here to secure the rest of the eliminations.
Expand going all out to crush the hopes of Toda here. I mean, first of all, the hopes were already crushed, but just going out on a limb to prove that they are the better squad, although they are at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Let's see if or not Expand can prove that they are ready for some of these fights, and they are growing with all of the experience that they're picking up all throughout the knockout stage. The next contender for this compound will be Star Knights, a team that has been struggling quite a little bit. So it's a good opportunity for Expand to continue their run of points picking.
Yeah, let's see how long this is going to take, because they're still looking for the last member of Todak here. And the Star Knights, they know they don't really have to show themselves just yet. The Dinocular is going to reconfirm their suspicions. They haven't left the area just yet, so they just have to be patient. With that being said, right, Star Knights, I did see Falcons not too far away from them. I think that they're also... Yep, there they are. They are also... Wait, hold on. They're a lot closer than we last saw them. It looks like they're actually crossing that bridge.
You're most definitely right. They do seem to be crossing the bridge on the very edge of this mini-map here, just biding the time once again. But Team Falcons might just be the bane of Star Knight's existence here. Slowly rotating around. Fi's going to get caught with his pants down. Peter approaching with a bison and attack all around out of nowhere, dropping by to say hello as well.
Oh, I was not expecting that. Hopefully Fies is able to regroup with the rest of his team, but it looks like X-Man is going to take the full engagement on that front lines. Falcons will find the sniper already taken out. Star is going to have to try really, really hard if they want to get out of this, because Falcons and attack all around, they separate. They saw what happened, they move away.
Yeah, I mean, good play by Falcons here. They got on fire, knocked down to the ground, and they said, nope, not our fight, because this is way too much of chaos about to break down here at Decker Square. They slowly rotate out of the area. Vamos, on the other hand, catching GOW, but RRQ on standby to interfere in this fight as well. Mikacha not looking good at all. Here comes the Riptide Rhythm as well, just to crush the hopes of getaway for GOW. But Star Knights are the first ones to bow out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Almost making it out of there. Mal takes him out. Really good shots here. God Wolf now in a lot of trouble as Razor gets absolutely blasted, loses all of his EP on the first engagement, and now Lutzen as well as Mal. They gotta do something about this. This blue wall needs to be cleared. Dion goes down, luckily with the help of the nades. They won't be able to get the revives here, but they quickly turn the corner to secure the knocks on down to Demon. Well as T. He gets a good jump shot from Abe.
Yeah, GOW is definitely not going to cut it against RRQ. They rage on 5 eliminations. Early game was another opportunity for GOW to snuff out RRQ just like they did earlier. But this time round, they just found a better team with better guns on their side. Great play coming through. But my goodness, Kichi just stood there for a little bit too long.
Oh, and he's going to get eliminated as well. That's going to be another free pickoff from Limit. Doing some good work here, but once again, this is still intellect, right? Falcons now taking the position of Expand once took and attack all around. Now acting as the aggressors here. Expand members is still currently lingering around as we jump over to PE Sports, finding their first elimination here at Deca Square.
What can PE do with this one this time around? One elimination in hand. AJ Global, a pretty solid team to take on. And they do manage to scan him out as well. Ban has put himself towards the opposite side, all thanks to the portal available at Deca Square. But Caramel's not going to get caught out just yet.
Is he? Oh, well, I mean, talk about timing. Talk about timing as LBT turns the corner and takes shot at Caramel. He's going to quickly start rushing him down. Underneath the stairs, a little bit hard, quickly drops back into the portal. Playing ring around the Rosie, but Caramel going to be sneaky here, goes into the second floor. They quickly jump on into the second floor. Maybe they get it on. Caramel back into the portal, comes back out in it. Bond, as well as LBT on the chase. LBT gets blasted down. Give me one more, Caramel. As he turns the corner, it's still going to be Bond who wins out the engagement. Nicely done from PE. 2 eliminations off the bat as we look at attack all around. And Falcons in full all-out war. And attack all around has already found 2 knockdowns and on fire. The last member remaining. Attack all around.
Oh my goodness, attack all around. Say bye Falcons, but it looks like one revival did manage to be pulled through here by Falcons. They are not out of the run just yet, but what a devastating blow delivered by their brethren. RRQ on the other hand, with a potential skirmish up against PE Sports now. PE rotating out in the open. RRQ hasn't spotted them just yet. Buriram on the other hand, catching out AG Global. Big fights all around.
Interesting. They're going to be sitting by Plazaria and AG kind of scattered at this point of time. It's difficult on Nextera, especially when you get closer towards the center of the map. There's just a lot of rural areas, a lot of buildings, so it's difficult for them to like have a trifecta, a kill box, where anybody that walks in is going to get blasted.
Now, AG versus RRQ. My goodness, this one just doesn't stop. Cypher already low. And as I speak of him, he gets sniped from the back. Dew managing to get away from the beast Buriram, but stuck now up against 4 players from the side of RRQ. And he's going to get sprayed down. AG Global out of the run here next Terra.
Yep, and now it's going to be RRQ versus BRU. But I don't know if RRQ noted or heard the shots from the outside. It looks like Mikito is marked for death here. At the same time, RRQ... Oh, they just turned it over. Did he spot him? Did he see Wasana? Yes, he did. And dudes, he's getting blasted. Quickly drops the glue wall to regroup with the rest of his team at the entrance. Oh, no! The staircase! He can't jump over it! Wasana takes him out!
Oh, what a fantastic counter. It was Buriram that got spotted out earlier first, and RRQ did not take advantage of that. Instead, they played defensive, and Wasana said, thank you very much. Oh, Razor getting clipped from the back, and Jonah going in for the shutdown. Has got the grenade launcher, and it does not find that perfect connection. Razor now pulls up a solid glue wall. Glue wall melt is going to be tossed in as well. RRQ has got nowhere else to run.
Gonna try and keep nailing them out. Wasana's already on his knees here, saved by Get High just in time. Get High doesn't mind losing a little bit of EP for this, but he's gonna guard that door. He's gonna try his absolute best. Drops on the Chrono as well, just to try and help him, but Drona ends up getting knocked down, gets picked up. 2 for 2. The 2 and 2 from the VRU side is looking pretty good here. The Truck Buster has connected. Just Yamamoshi finds it, and they eliminate the members of RRQ. The push and pull, perfect from BRU.
I don't even know where Vamos was, but Vamos took good advantage of the situation, clipping away at the players of RRQ. Buriram had an easy fight up against them. RRQ, they were running away. They didn't really have the kind of utilities to fight off any of those teams, especially Buriram. And Buriram now walking away. 7 eliminations in total. And you've also got AG Global out of the way, RRQ out of the way. Things have gotten so much more easier for Buriram to secure Booyah here on Nextera.
For sure. But I am still curious about the Vamos positioning, though, because BRU technically was on the outside of that building, so they should have been prime target. So I'm guessing they just didn't have LOS or line of sight for those who don't know. But GOW and as well as PE Esports coming from the same direction on the southern side of this ring. PE Esports, as always, going to be launching themselves in, but they need to find a revive point to get LBT back in action.
Uh-oh, Buriram, seeing the players of PE Esports fly straight up towards them.
Not again.
Are gonna take a better position to snipe them away. I like this setup by Buriram. This is not Kalahari, no grappling hook. They can't find the roof. A little bit off with that jump, but they do have a decent defensive spot now to work around with.
It's fine. It's Wasana. He probably would have whiffed it anyways. But now we see the Falcons coming in towards that top side. Looks like it's going to be only 2 so far. We don't see all of the members just yet. It looks like even Expand has come back up to full fighting force. This will be an interesting endgame ring here. I'm not sure whether it's going to pull towards the left-hand side, but let's quickly look over GOW and as well as Hua.
Where's the right-hand side panel when I need it, man? I want to know how many players Falcons have revived already. Why Esports saying hasta la vista? Not staying by to get caught between 2 players on the side of PE as well as GOW, but they fly straight in towards Ban and squad. Unfortunate for Ban. He's going to get caught out here. Glue wall goes down. Ban says bye-bye. The rest of the PE players, they scatter.
They're getting blasted. PE really struggle at this stage of the game. 3rd and 4th ring has never been their strong suit. And usually if they're able to make a hard prediction, then it goes well. Oh, wait, Tona ends up going down. And it looks like Vamos have already taken out 3 of the members and ambushed BRU in this compound. They were not ready for this. Not at all.
Even I wasn't ready for that. That shocked me truly. Vamos shutting down Buriram. A surprise attack by Vamos. I mean, they may not qualify for Point Rush or Grand Finals, but this is a huge win for the brand.
Well, at least now we know that Falcon is back at full fighting strength. I did see the 2 revives come up through. They're going to scout the area here. They know where attack all around is currently. One last remaining VRU chilling.
Uh-oh.
Does he make it?
He got them both!
Right. Oh, man. Domed them both. Limit. Nasty man. Carries 2 sniper rifles around just to make a point.
Beautiful stuff from Limit. Buriram, though, still have got Moshi, but the man can't do much in the situation. Tries to get away, and Katizi says, you stop right there. And therefore, Vamos has successfully executed the full squad of Buriram.
That's so crazy. I saw Jonah, we were watching the POV of Jonah go down, I'm like, I wonder where the rest of his teammates, and I look at the kill feed, and all of them just show up getting knocked at the same time, roughly around the same time. Wow, that's a shocker here. But now let's look at the endgame ring, because now GOW is in the worst position possible, only having trees as their natural cover. They're going to run out of resources, especially with Todak and as well as Hua looking towards them to ensure that they don't make it further than this.
Now, Falcons have got their eyes on Don't Cry from the side of PE. I believe the final survivor tries to get himself right back up here, but good Riptide Rhythm burns down his defenses. But he still has more of those glue walls to work around with. Vamos taking those shots at him. Why Esports taking those shots at him as well? He gets to the jump pad, but man can't even use it. More glue walls being spent. 3 teams attacking 1 guy. Finally, he goes down. It's Pokey with the shot, but who claims his life?
Oh, I don't know. We're going to find out here. Falcons are the ones who get it. I don't know. Something about Don't Cry. He seems to be a bullet magnet here. And now we do... Oh, whoa. Shit. He was the last... He was the straggler, and he gets picked off here. Vamos really taking full advantage of the situation, right? Again, they're right smack in the middle of this ring. How long can they hold this compound?
I thought the run was over for PE Sports, but that was not the final play. They've got 2 more survivors in here, 8 more teams in the kicking as we approach circle number 5. This is just going to bring pandemonium to your screens, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Too many players still alive here. Falcons going to be squeezed in this house. 4 players on the side of Hua Esports going in for the finisher.
Up and Vamos going to start lobbing nice grenades right at the entrances. Falcons, getting blasted. They found one, but they couldn't even secure the elimination before bowing out. Hua at 9 eliminations, leading into their good stat. Wait, here comes Vamos. They left the God spot just to try and take this over.
Katizi making one wrong move and Yanbin sprays him down with the Drogon. But can the revenge be taken? Mikata does find Poppy shit down on the ground as well. Toda chipping in with the shots, and it looks like this might just be the end. Attack all around off screen, finding the players on the side of Toda. Hua Esports out of options, has to play that game of recovery. June can't get to the final piece of the puzzle just yet. Solid glue walls being played. Yanbin up top, they spot him out. 3 players going in for the chase, but a solid glue wall, a double on top of everything else, blocking away their rotation.
The man ring around Rosie's looking well, but finally death must die. It's gonna be GOW who gets eliminated first here. Still, this is interesting because now Vamos, they're still at full fighting strength. I thought maybe somebody was gonna intervene here, but I mean, Torak, they just let them do their thing.
Absolutely. I don't know. This man is teabagging his opponents, but Vamos is having a good time out there. Full team revival at this point of time, but the recovery has been super solid. This is just one of those rare moments for Malaysia. Toda and Vamos still alive. Vamos eliminating Buriram in a fair fight. It's crazy. Expand still alive. What is going on?
I'm not entirely sure. Even Hua, but in the meantime, everybody else is like, hey, other than attack all around, these Malaysians can deal with themselves. Hua, Yangbin finally getting picked off here. Sleglock now has to take the full engagement as Vamos trying to push back. Toda ends up losing out to Vamos. They are, with big momentum, taking back the space that they gave up.
And Expand is looking for their very first booyah off the knockout stage. They're gonna leave Vamos to do the dirty up against attack all around first. The center point of this next zone, though, is not on the side of Expand. PE Sports still alive and kicking. I love the hustle. I love how they've been able to consistently gather those points today after faltering for so many weeks.
Yep, and they're also our elimination leaders, right? That's why they're on fire currently. This is gonna be a tough choice because the blue is rapidly closing. Attack all around. Probably it's best for them to play underneath the building that Vamos is right now and wait for them to jump on out. The only problem is whether or not they can actually control the entry points. It looks like they're getting blasted by Expand, and here comes Vamos!
Yeah, Vamos going in for the shutdown. Expand just watching PE Sports finally making their way into this final circle as well. Expand takes advantage. He knocks down Limit, but Limit's still alive. Can be picked right back up. Make it with the God nade out of nowhere. Jump God taken out of the equation. Jump dropping Limit as well. Poongod and Foki is just chaos all around. Then the blue zone is going to hurt them, but Vamos is the first one to get eliminated as Expand shuts them down from the back.
Yup, this is a 2v4 scenario. Attack all around are going to get eliminated fast. Expand! Take their first booyah here! Oh, that's gotta feel so good.
I mean, you know, this is a consolation prize that I absolutely love. We were talking about this. This is a baby squad of Expand. And Axel, the oldest one out there, literally in age as well as experience, has led his team to victory. Fantastic play. And in the background, you also have Too Fast coaching this team up to the top. Expand has done it once in the past where they took absolute nothing and made it into absolute gold out here in Malaysia. And they're doing it all over again from the very bottom.
Oh, that's going to be huge for them, especially for such a young squad. A win like this could do wonders to open up potential avenues for them for the future. So far, it's been a rough time, but at least this is going to kick them back up to shape, hopefully.
I mean, most definitely. I think in the next time we head on into FFWS Malaysia, we are going to be seeing Expand play there because they're not going to qualify for the grand finals, which means they'll have to earn their spot for the following FFWS. That's going to be a good opportunity for them to really find dominance on the Malaysian front first, build up their confidence before heading into the Southeast Asian platform, because, you know, very few teams do it the other way around. They're getting their debut at the Southeast Asian platform first, getting their confidence cut down a little bit before going back to the Malaysian scene. But I guess this sort of a practice will help them dominate their local league.
Speaking of the Malaysians, right? They all kind of came together here at the top, right at the smack at the top of the map, and then they dealt damage to each other, and then they disappeared away. And then throughout the game, you just see them kind of lingering around, taking a couple of engagements while some of the big teams were making these big pushes, aggressive plays all across Falcons and even for BRU. And then this happens. The one moment that turns it all around from Vamos, and then you notice, wait, a majority of the Malaysian teams are still in.
I mean, Vamos is a team that is a absolute shocker for me, because this is the so-called dream team that the brand has put together. They've got many senior players. They've also got the firepower of Expand on their side as well. They brought in Katizi. They also took Legalov from RRQ as the coach as well as player for the squad. And this dream team should have been able to crush it just like what they have done on this game all throughout the knockout stage. But, all of that chemistry just didn't marry each other well just yet. But it's good to see that they're finally getting the rhythm of the game. I can't wait to see what they can do in the future, but unfortunately for FFWS SEA, this is the end.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully maybe the random map we get this a little bit more, but that being said, let's finally have a word with Expand.
Bagi pasukan Expand kita, dan sini kita ada special guest, tidak lain tidak bukan, kita ada Excel. How are you, Excel?
I'm fine. Alhamdulillah.
Tanya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. So he said thank you very much. Alright. So anyway, my first question is, with the new player now for the team Expand, how is the chemistry? So kalau ya pada sekarang ini kan musim kan semua player baru 3 orang kan. Chemistry tu macam mana tu, Excel?
Kalau kita bincangkan tentang chemistry, untuk cipta chemistry ni sangatlah susah sebenarnya.
Betul.
Tetapi kami akan cuba untuk mengimprovekan chemistry kami step by step untuk kita mencapai bujang ni sebenarnya.
Alright, so basically because with the 3 more new players, chemistry is always an issue. But you have to give them time for them to get the chemistry right, and this shows that now they got the chemistry, but not there yet, but they will do better. Circle yang terakhir tadi, Excel. Kita ada, kalau lihat tadi pada replay, baru Excel perasan ada Vamos sebelah ujung. Adakah sebab circle berpihak pada Expand mana dia mendapatkan buyah?
Kalau menurut saya, zone dan circle adalah punca kami mendapatkan buyah.
Okey. Bukan sebab Excel pakai sniper
yang tu pun salah satu faktor.
Alright, so basically my question to Excel, is it because of the map of the situation with the circle is not on the Vamos side, it goes to Expand, so is it because of the circle is back to them, so at the end they gain a booyah? And he said yes. And for my final question to him, is it because of because you are doing a support with the sniper there? And he said yes, with the smiling smile there. Dengan senyuman. Akhir kata untuk kita akhiri, apakah ucapan anda kepada peminat-peminat anda di komuniti kita di Malaysia?
Untuk peminat-peminat Expand, sentiasalah support Expand walaupun kami tidak perform dengan begitu baik di minggu-minggu yang lepas. Sentiasalah support Expand kerana tanpa anda siapalah kami.
Alright, so the message to Expand to all their fans, even though they have not performed well on the first week, second and third, give them a bit more chance. But today's game shows you that they will be back and they are come back indeed. That is their statement from Excel. So anyway, Excel, congratulations, tahniah mendapatkan buyah pertama.
Okay, terima kasih.
Teruskan tau.
Alright.
Besok ada lagi tau.
Boleh.
Alright, so that's it for today. So back to Caster.
Absolutely love it. I mean, the smiles on his face, Axel. He acknowledges the fact that the team has been struggling, and once again, based on whatever we've been talking about, brand new baby team led by the seniors. Obviously, it's going to take a while for them to build up that momentum, but this is a very, very decent performance coming through from the team, and in fact, from all 3 teams of Malaysia.
I mean, I have to agree with you. Despite, having the face of like the son of Shark, apparently, I feel like he's got a very realistic approach to it. At the very least, he's not saying like, "Oh, my team is the best, and therefore that's why we won." He's explaining all the factors. The ring was on their side. They had a sniper on their side, and they continued to do well. But let's look at the MVP of this game. I'd be surprised if it wasn't Axel on this one, but let's have a quick look at the stats here. Give it up for our MVP of the game. Yup, the Axel. 2 eliminations, but 2,584 damage.
Yeah, it has definitely been kind of killing them, right, in terms of being able to pull away those eliminations. They can find those shots on target, but the follow-through is just not there to get those eliminations. That has been the bane of Expand from the very start, but it's just a thing that can be fixed with time. They've got good leadership. They've got good backup from the organization. They've got absolute good, advice to take from the rest of the teams around the world, because Expand is a team that very surprisingly has got connections all around the world. I believe they've got a branch in Thailand. They've also got they've got branches all around the world. That's all I can say, right? I don't know where else, but too many for a brand that just started a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's surprising that they have such a broad network to be able to bring these players together. And I like it, right? Yeah. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to, continue to improve. This is the worst that we're going to see them, so it's always going to be an uphill battle, but it's always going to be better than where they started.
10 eliminations. Booyah gives them the 12th decent run for Expand. One of their better games, in fact, one of their best games thus far in the knockout stages after 64 matches played. Kathizi, though, will be able to sneak away the elimination leader spot from the side of Expand. This is a little bittersweet because he used to play for Expand in the past. If he was still on the team, perhaps things could have been a tad bit different.
I mean, who knows, right? He's been with the team for a good amount of time. I think, having bigger ambitions and, maybe being able to like grow in areas that you wouldn't expect in a new team was something that he was looking for, right? But we also got to give big shout outs to Limit as well as Floki, absolutely killing it in this match, but also to Yan Bin, because again, Hua really leaned into finding a good amount of eliminations across the map. I am curious to see what that final standing is going to look like.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, 8 headshots from Razor, 22 glue walls by Kathizi, especially in the final sequence of battle. Attack All Around did not manage to walk away with the Booyah, but what they did manage to walk away with for sure is that number 1 spot, because they had massive number of eliminations on their side. About 15, 16 by the time they got brought down by Team Expand, and obviously that's going to just launch them up to that number 1 spot for Nextera. In the overall grand scheme of things, Attack All Around obviously was looking for the number 1 spot from AG Global. We'll still have to wait and see if or not in the overall performance of the day they've managed to do that. 25 points for Attack All Around to sneak away the number 1 spot, but Expand with the 22. This is a miracle indeed.
Yeah, very, very big points. 22. Previously couldn't even break the actually not bad. I thought they'd get a little bit closer to 20, but even for BRU, 8 eliminations, still 10, tied up with Torak and PE, which I wouldn't have expected to be the case.
Yeah, PE Sports still putting in the points, still doing better than GOW, so this is a good blessing for them. But unfortunately for PE, GOW did manage to pick up points, so they still don't manage to overtake them just yet. A 5-point lead has now been cut down to 4 points, so PE has got one more opportunity to do slightly better than GOW. Okay, little bit more than slightly better than GOW in order to take that 11th spot.
I mean, it's just 4 points. 4 points is so much more manageable compared to like
than 5 points.
Yeah, I mean, well, sure. I guess that's one way of putting it, but it's so close. It's so very close. And I think the worst part about it is the fact that they're setting the goalpost, but they could easily still get overtaken by Heavy and as well as Onyx. So that's going to be a big concern coming up to this map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, it is going to be absolutely painful to see PE Sports not make it through. But, if luck is on their side, they should be able to work out some sort of a magic. Because we talked about this, right? For Onyx Olympus, it could either be losing 15 points, have crushed their hopes, and they come in tomorrow with very poor performance, or it is exactly what they needed to make them go berserk out there on the battlefield, because now they need to recover those 15 points that they've lost by walking out of the final circle. And on top of that, they need to qualify for the grand finals play as well as point rush. But of course, the randomizer will determine who gets the better luck on this next game that we play.
All right, let's find out where is it going to be. Make it not atypical. Make it interesting as it leans in towards. Please.
Huh? Oh, man.
Just skipped it. We're going to Nextera one more time.
I mean, I don't know what's up with the randomizer. Yesterday we got dragged into the next era. Today we're getting dragged into next era. And now officially, Purgatory is the least selected map on the random map count here, which is a tad bit crazy. But good job to expand. Good job to Malaysia for finally breaking the Thailand streak. Although they cannot beat Thailand in the overall grand scheme of things in terms of the leaderboard, they at least have managed to break the 6 Booyah Thailand spree that we most definitely were about to see.
Yeah, but it felt like it was inevitable. So hopefully coming back in towards Nextera, things are going to start shaking up for some of the rest of the teams. I feel like this is one of those... what do they call it? The flight path. Similar situation. They're waiting for a story to develop and lean into it straight away. So if it expand out of nowhere, it takes Nextera, you know what? Let's do it again.
Yeah, once again, the best on Nextera. We're going to leave WAG out of the question. They're not playing today. So AG Global, Buriram, Attack all around. These are the top 3 teams. The team that walked away with the Booyah on the previous game was the weakest team on Nextera. That's Expand. The first Booyah, they usually score an average of around 6.3 points every game. So, obviously they kind of launched themselves up to the top. But Attack All Around will try to make a change because Attack All Around has never scored a Booyah on Nextera before, and they came so close just to be denied by Expand. I'm pretty sure they want a little bit of revenge.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Again, every single time we see these teams, go into these types of grudge matches, there's always some type of response. Maybe in small ways, sometimes very big ways. And the perfect map to do it here is the city of the future. Don't look back into the past. Don't look behind at all. Keep your eyes fixated on the present, in the now, on Nextera.
Absolutely, baby. Buriram United will be looking to sneak away a couple of points for themselves as well, but it seems to be impossible for them to overtake Attack All Around's performance at this point. Buriram stands at 71 points, whereas Attack All Around has climbed up to 92. In order for Buriram to overtake them as the best performing team of the day, they have to hope and pray Attack All Around falters as the very first squad to get kicked back to the lobby.
Well, I mean, they are using the new Samsung, so technically they can just quickly circle on it and get all the information that they need. But the flight path seems to be very neutral. It's slightly skewed towards the northern side, but it's not that big of a deal because everybody can get into the southern side, as you can see with AG, even Do, and even for P Esports, going back to Plazaria, we're not seeing the triple engagement in Intellect Center just yet, but it does look like Todak wants to take on BRU.
Yeah, okay, all right. This one's an interesting one. So Buriram's going to be able to farm points early game unless some sort of a miracle missile hits Buriram in the head and Todak walks away with the 4 points. Basana, early engagement, but it's got a Vector in the hand and manages to catch Wings from the back. Wings almost dropped his partner though. And this is going to be an instant shutdown. Moshi from outside. Get High does manage to get dropped outside. And the recovery play coming through from Buriram is going to be a little tough as 2 of the players bleed out.
Ooh, Trap's taking so much damage there. He's holding onto a rifle. Ideally, he probably wanted something with high rate of fire. Now, here we go. Raja, and nearly taking it into the face here. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get knocked down. Jonah and Moshi working really well as they clean up the rest of this squad. Raja going to try his best. Jiggle peeking. Moshi ends up going down. I thought he had the lined up shot, but Raja pre-fires him down to the ground to eliminate him.
Raja with the quadra. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? The moment Raja steps back into the squad, baby, things are so different for Team Toda. But now the question is, does Expand want to play as well? Make it drops by to say hello, but this is just begging for trouble. There's no way you get to overwhelm a team. You just walked away with the extra loot off of Buriram themselves.
Man, that's so crazy. I blinked, 3 people were still there. I blinked again, 2, and then I couldn't take my eyes off it. Oh man, luckily I did a blink. Katizi takes Boots out and will find the elimination as Kodak has finally secured Museum.
I mean, what's happening to Malaysia here? This is the kind of fight we wanted to see all throughout the knockout stages. But if it's going to be on the final week before they get kicked out of the competition, I'll take it either way. Beautiful stuff. 5 eliminations strong. Toda, I am shocked with their performance.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad all the teams on this final week are thinking, yeah, good thing that they're going to go out. At least we don't have to deal with them during point rush. Look at Easy. Gonna have to try his best as the Riptide Rhythm is already going to break down his glue walls. Gonna get bloodshot eyes here. Getting blasted down by Razor without too much issue as we look on over to the Star Knights fighting off attack all around. 18 Deer gets knocked here, but we do see the rest of... Hey, Todak is splitting up in two different directions.
Yeah, this is a terrible play for Toda. If they had stuck together, they could have taken advantage up against either Attack All Around or Star Knights. But now they will have to just play skip on both of these things. But look at this. Star Knights and Attack All Around both rotating at the very same time. And they may just bump into each other again.
It's like when you're hanging out with your friends, all you want to do is to play your trading card games. You get shoot off and you're like, you know what? Let's play elsewhere. Come back to Intellect Center. Let's fight over here.
Yeah, and finding Lean GOW catching the Star Knights players as they try to rotate away from trouble. But from trouble back into trouble, they just can't seem to run away from it. Star Knights still tortured out here. But either way, pretty sure their performance is partly due to the fact that their hopes are crushed. Their confidence definitely not there. They may be a tad bit disappointed with themselves. And 18 Deer, the Wonder Child, is not doing too great this time around. Gets knocked down by Folky as Limit put in a majority of their work initially, and it still continues to crumble the hopes of Star Knights at least finding one good solid round.
Well, we say that, but all of that has just all the sounds have just caused Todak to actually walk on into Intellect Center once more to actually take on Attack All Around, right? We do see that Vamos is a little off on the opposite side. Here comes Traps. He's gonna get slowed down as Wings. Gonna take his time to maybe get a guaranteed pick here. He doesn't want to reveal himself too soon, and he's praying that Attack All Around might sneak around underneath him and he might be able to find a pick of his own.
8 eliminations from Toda. I mean, this version of Toda would have definitely qualified for the point rush as well as grand finals. Just a tad bit too late with this re-roster. And now, from biting against the players of Buriram, they are taking the fight up to your #1 team of the day, Attack All Around themselves. Let's see if Traps makes this rotation around this wall. Drogon, and it's got the one first out, gets the spray down, but Wings with the backup manages to take him out of the equation. Jump God will find the secure there, and Raja with the backup gets sprayed as well as Folky finds his back, but a good solid double glue wall to protect himself.
Really good setup here, a lot of places to hide, trying to make sure that his 180 is clear. Oh no, Kevin does not find the knockdown here against Floki. He's still going to chase him down, both with shotguns. This could turn very, very quickly, but Floki and maybe expose, get into the angles by the rest of his team. But that being said, Floki goes down, Poonga goes down, and now Limit is on the run.
Yeah, you better run, Limit. That's what Raja says. Toda going in for the hunt, and it looks like this is absolutely sublime. Limit does manage to catch Traps right on his head, but the finisher is there. Toda just annihilated 2 major squads here at Next Terra.
That is huge for Todak. 12 elimination points already.
My God.
We were waiting for this team to get together to really turn a new leaf, but now let's cut on over as Hua gonna lean into their KDA to try and stop and deal with AG. Wait, one of the members already got knocked down. Sypha is still remaining. Poopy is already down on his knees, hasn't been eliminated just yet. A Shin, the next to fall. Caramel with such a far off angle into the blue. They were not expecting him to be there.
I have no idea what Hua Esports was thinking. They had the circle on their side. They flew out towards the blue to engage, only to get shut down. And AG Global just said, thank you for the points, man. Death brings Poppy and Shin right back into play. Fingers crossed they do not mess up like that again. While Esports not at risk of being relegated, but you don't want to be doing those things.
Hey man, I mean it's coming to an end here. Eventually they're gonna get to qualify anyways. So I feel like going a little wild is fine. But now we look at Falcons here against RRQ, 2 very big names here as On Fire is already down. The rest of the RRQ members need to make sure that they're full fighting forces. They fight for the high ground. They push up. Abe gets blasted, but On Fire dies in trade. Mala dudes is already trying to turn this around. It's not looking good. The revives have already come through. On Fire, the only one on his knees. Boots tries to turn the corner, tries to jiggle peek this. Cosq quickly dashes into his face to make sure that he has no more places to play.
A beautiful recovery from Falcons. Yamaal, the final survivor of RRQ. Question is, can he get away far enough in order to hit at least one revive? The pocket market still is going to be the bane of their existence because they do have a vending machine that they want to try to take advantage of here.
looks like Yan has spotted out the remaining members of Hua on the outside. We cut back to the chase, the hunt down from Peter, who never lets his prey get too far. Oh, he knows, right? Yeah, he knows. He's just gas up real quick. He just doesn't want to get pre-fired.
Taking the damage from the blue, just making sure he's got that extra insurance. Maaldo with M82B, CQC, Peter is definitely having the advantage here. Good solid blue wall. Maal just doesn't have the right gun to take this fight up against Peter.
Yep, he's just going to keep on jiggle peeking, right? Single fire, not going to be too great. And Maal just forced to buy as much time as possible. Peter's eventually going to get him. Yep, there we go. Cosq does find the elimination on RRQ, who bow out in 10th, and that means that Falcons finally clear their backs.
Oh, this is an unfortunate day for RRQ. Once again, the downward slump continues. And Expand, on the other hand, finding Gleam. Res, the next one on the follow-up. Expand on for a great game once again, as it looks.
Yeah, really good nade so far. They get inside the compound, but they have to worry about the bottom side. Oh, wait, hold on. He spots out Raz. Watch out, he's not going to let him go just yet. He's getting in with one extra member, and they should be able to knock him down here. Gets back in, and finally, we do see that Raz falls down. With the help of the Axel, able to corner him and finish this fight off. They are tanking the blue. Not too sure which direction they have to make their way to get into the ring.
I mean, this is both Expand and Toda on very, very surprising runs here. And I'm a tad bit sad that we didn't get to see this earlier, but I'm absolutely elated that we at least get to spot this version of them, and they don't end their run here at FFWS SEA Fall on a bad note. We at least have a little bit of hope for them in the future. Even Vamos as well. I mean, crazy stuff out of these boys.
No, they wouldn't. It'd be crazy if they did. It'd be kind of crazy if they did. I'm pretty sure there's like a landmine up there, but then they're so close together, so this could be bad.
Look at the firing squad. They're just waiting. I dare you. And the portal goes kind of nerfed at this point of time. They're definitely going to know if you use it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But it's just so funny just to see them stand up. But once again, Gian doing pretty well with the Charge Buster so far. He's oh no! Hua has to compromise the position of their sniper, and he's on the run. Buys a little bit of time with the blue walls, needs to hop out of the window, and quickly getting caught in the mix and locking them in. He's still refusing to fight, allowing the rest of the GOW members to actually take the heat. Poppy and Yambin still trying their very best. They got the drop, they didn't find any knockdowns, unfortunately. But now this allows Expand to gain some ground, and with this distraction, GOW now in a full open ground engagement against Expand as they chase the members of Hua.
Yeah, GOW's got to be so annoyed right now. Hua Esports just jumped in there, caused the chaos, and then ran out of the engagement instantly. And now GOW caught their pants down, Expand hunting them from the back, Toda chipping away at them as well. But GOW has managed to rotate away into a safe enough defensive compound. Expand does not look like they want to take advantage of this situation. They want to play this safe as well. And the more important thing is your own defensive spot. It's a good play from all teams, especially Hua Esports, who managed to get away.
Yep, you can see that Yan doesn't want to stick his noggin out anytime soon. He knows that there's snipers all across the field. At the very least, GOW needs to make sure that Expand stays outside of that ring. And I think even for the rest of the team, everybody else, they're not making too many crazy moves. Oh, Hua ends up getting eliminated at 9th here, getting snuck by a grenade from Torak on the north side of the map.
Absolutely. Now, On Fire managing to find Katizi as well. Vamos, a tad bit of trouble. And I don't think there's a vending machine around them, so this is going to be a struggle for the team. Good grenade up against Falcons, but Pikachu, as he tries to get away. A player from the side of Falcons disappeared out of nowhere with that Rebel Rush.
We're going to keep on fighting here, though. They're not down and out for the count just yet. The Falcon members, 3 of them in heavy engagement. One of them sniping, making sure that they can provide some overwatch. Now getting caught in the mix here. Doesn't look like anybody's going to intervene. The ring pulls towards the the northwestern side of the map. And Vamos, they have no means to get out of the compound at all, as long as Falcons are holding them at bay.
Again, all 3 Malaysian squads are alive, but Vamos flying straight out towards Toda. This is insane. And nobody's going to go in for the pursuit, but it is the 2 Malaysian squads up against each other. But Toda, with the great advantage, saw the players of Vamos flying towards them. And all they needed to do was just spray, didn't even need to pray.
You just had to say all 3 Malaysian
Dude,
squads.
16 eliminations. What?
It's crazy. It's crazy, but we're not done just yet as AG now has to take on the full force of the Knights as well. 2 Knights already down as AG with a quick attack. Actually, 3 Knights already collapsed under this pressure. Sneak attack from AG as they move on to the second floor. They eliminate the competitors. This spot is theirs on the south side of the map. But now with the blue closing in, how do you make it into the ring? Expand have got a really good position to gatekeep anybody on that south side while still having eyes on the opposite on the opposite eastern side as they see PE heading north.
Yeah, good play from PE to get that rotation, but Falcon spotting them out, shooting down 2 players, and the recovery is going to be impossible for PE as Falcon just way too good with those shots.
Yep, Todak still has a structure to play with, but eventually that blue is going to force Wings off of the high ground. Falcons, they've been waiting for this all day long. Finally, they have given up that high ground, and On Fire, this could be the nade that saves his life. Going to be the blue wall melters first to kick things off. They pull back towards their canisters. Really patient with this, and On Fire, such an aggressive angle here.
Do they take down 3 Titans all in one game just to prove themselves one last time, Toda? And now they get to gatekeep Falcons as they are the first ones to make it in towards this next circle. And circle number 4 will most definitely hurt. Falcons will have to move. They've got the container to play around with, but one more gets the knock onto traps. And On Fire will go in for the finisher. GOW off screen getting tortured by AG Global. 3 knockdowns already. One more to secure the elimination on the squad. And the next one on the plate for AG will be Expand.
Well, looks like GOW is going to be knocked out here. Falcons trying to push on in. While this is happening, Expand having to deal with AG. 2 monster trucks coming down! A jump ends up going, the axle as well! One got crushed, the other got rolled over! They wasn't ready for this one! And now Torak still taking punishment despite their eastern side getting pushed in by the Falcons. Falcons looking to take this with no problems, and one more, making sure that Wings doesn't sneak away with this. Finally, top 2 competitors, AG versus Falcon at full fighting force. Good luck to either side.
Yep, Peter exposed now. Good Riptide rhythm coming through from the side of Caramel. Has got the Trogon in hand. Goes in for the right-hand side rotation. Whips out the Woodpecker as well to find those connections. And cause Q caught out with the glue walls being broken down, but instantly repositioning. Who took that launch pad? He flew all the way to flank off the rest of the players on the side of AG Global.
I don't know about this one. This is looking dangerous. The Peter is already down. Everybody is just dying to the raw AoE. So much damage and On Fire. This flank was a little late. Peter gets back up and maybe he can get one down as Kosku gets re-knocked here. Peter finally eventually falling, but On Fire. No angles. Caramel just stopping, breaking his line of sight. And this should be AG's game as they eliminate the last member. That's booyah for AG to finish off today.
3 solid booyahs for AG Global from the day. Phenomenal performance, exceeding the 100-point mark and continuing their rampage here as they pick up more and more points every single time they show up. This recovery, this change of pace towards the second half of the knockout stage is very impressive for AG Global.
I love it. I love it so much. It's great to see them coming back into their form, coming back into a position where they can say, hey, despite us having one of the best snipers in the realm, we are still pretty good at going in these full all-in CQC. Not a problem for us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, last week on day 15, they scored a total of 136 points. They will not be outdoing that record today, because I don't think they got as many of those eliminations, but still more than 100 points of a finisher for AG Global, a team that struggled with 51 points, 60-ish points, 70-ish points. Yeah, it's a huge step up. They clearly had a little bit of a change in pacing from the first half of the knockout stage. We don't know what that change was, but whatever it was, it's doing them a lot of good.
I don't know, maybe it could be a simple, they ate good that day, they slept on the right side of the bed, maybe one of their loved ones is in the... They just feel different. The air around them also feels different. But that can be said for a number of other teams, right? Especially when we look at the highlights of this game. We were expecting teams to get hyper-aggressive, and surprisingly enough, BRU ends up dropping down to Torak in this early engagement.
I mean, it was truly a surprise, and Toda did not stop there. Attack all around was caught out as well, and they just annihilated them. Whoever they were catching on the rotation, they were going in for the finisher. I mean, the performance from Toda, it's something that I cannot put my finger on this time round. Vamos stood no chance. The speed of elimination from the side of Toda was just sublime, and they finally got caught out by the better team Falcons, who just had a good position on them as well.
Yeah, I want to say like they just got warm, but it feels like they got nothing to lose. It feels like they've got no weight on their shoulders anymore. This fight, though, really sad for X-Fan with double monster trucks coming out of nowhere, breaking important vital glue walls, but the worst yet, getting crushed by one and then getting rolled over by the next.
And this is the same problem that I see within the Malaysian scene, and it's the exact same within PE sports as well. It is not a mechanical skill problem, it's a confidence issue. The moment they start building up their confidence, dude, they just rampage through their opponents, right? And if Toda can do it, if Xpan can do it 2 times back to back, it's not just a case off the map. I'm pretty sure it's the players. But of course, the interview, let's see exactly what AG has to say for their victory.
Yay! AG again, and this is
คาราเมลครับ
Caramel, captain from AG, guys. So I heard that there are a lot of our Free Fire fans like to set the tier of the team that they like who is the best, who is something like that. So let's ask our captain to set the tier of Thai team. 5 Thai team, who is the best from 1 to 5?
ก็คือแฟนๆเขาจะชอบจัดเทียร์ว่าทีมไหนเก่งสุดหรืออาวุธไหนดีสุดอะไรประมาณนี้ก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าในฐานะกัปตันทีม AG เนี่ยถ้าให้เรียงเทียร์ทีมที่เก่งที่สุดของไทย5อันดับจะเรียงยังไงคะเรียงให้หน่อย
เอาแบบไม่ไวนะครับก็ทีมแรกบุรีรัมย์ครับต่อมาเอาเกมเมอร์ครับ
Okay, let's talk team by team. บุรีรัมย์ why
ทำไมถึงบุรีรัมย์อันดับ 1
ก็มาตรฐานเขาสูงครับแล้วก็โอกาสน้อยที่เขาจะพลาดครับ
Okay.
So Buriram United Esports came as the first because they are always stable playing and perform well and never get out of the line.
Okay, so the second is ทีมที่2คืออันดับ2
เอาเกมเมอร์ครับ
Oh, his team. The second one is All Gamer Global.
Why?
ทำไมคะ
ก็ส่วนก็น้อยนะครับที่เราจะพลาดเหมือนกันครับแต่ว่า BRU เขาทำได้ดีกว่าเราครับ
We get less mistake, but Buriram did better. That's why they are top, and we come as a second.
Okay, next let's get to the number 3.
อันดับ 3 ค่ะ
Falcon ครับ
Why you have to
Team Falcons come at the third. ทำไมคะ
ก็ผลงานก็มีให้เห็นครับเขาได้แชมป์มาแต่ว่าช่วงหลังๆเริ่มดรอปนิดนึงครับน่าจะลองแผนมั้งครับ
We can see that they get a lot of trophies just like to champion in this year, but now they are quite not perform well.
So
but still came as a third in his opinion.
Oh, okay, and maybe they just try some plans, new one.
บางทีก็อาจจะลองแผน
Okay, so fourth, number 4.
Attack All Round ครับ
Attack All Round
ทำไมคะ
Came in number 4.
ช่วงนี้ฟอร์มเขากำลังมาครับแล้วก็เวลาไฟเขาไฟดุดีครับ
So the first one will be Attack All Round because now they are perform well and we can see that they are in the top 4.
They are rising star มาแรงมากเลยแบบนี้ประมาณนั้น That mean the Twisted Mind came in the 5th ก็คือที่ 5. Why is that
ทำไมถึงมาที่
5ทวิตนี้ก็เก่งครับแต่ว่าทีมไทยแบบมันตึงทุกทีมเขาก็เลยจัดแบบอย่างนี้แหละตามแบบผลงานที่ตามผลงาน
So Twisted Mind is also good but all Thai team are good that's why he try to make a tier list by their performance
Okay
จัดยากพี่จัดยาก
It's hard for him It's hard for him
Okay can you say anything to Thai team because I think pretty is like 100% sure that all of 5 Thai team will go to Indonesia for the pointless round and the final round
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงทีมไทยไหมคะเพราะว่าดูทรงแล้วยังไงทีมไทยก็น่าจะเข้ารอบ5ทีมแน่นอน
ก็รายการนี้ทีมผมขอบ้างครับพลาดมาหลายรายการละ
Okay so for this competition please give the chance to us because I think it's our turn our team already get a lot
Yeah and this is All Gamer Let's get back to the shoutcaster
Caramel, sweet as always. It feels like his coach is just standing off to the side on camera. It's like, you better watch your, hey, next Thai team, next one after that. Don't give it to anybody else. It's only for the countrymen.
But I mean, they can back it up with their performance as well. The Thais most definitely dominate the overall leaderboard. And at this point of time, the only team that's currently not keeping up the pace is actually Team Falcons. RRQ have taken their spot. But apart from that, even Twisted Minds, the team that has the lowest number of booyahs in comparison to all of the other teams alongside Falcon, a total of 6 to their side, is still doing better than RRQ.
And for now, I think even from AG's POV, this feels like, hey, we've definitely caught up with some of the best in the world. And I think at this point of time, I feel like they're going to come into Point Rush more well prepared than everybody else. If not, it could go the complete opposite. Then again, I'm unfortunately not a mystic. I can't predict the future of it, but the future for AG, if we have just on paper alone, is looking great.
Absolutely. And they usually do perform great on the knockout stages. But when push comes to shove, we are on Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals week. You know, sometimes they do get a tad bit nervous. Fingers crossed that it's not going to be the situation this time around. I mean, we see a huge difference in terms of their performance from the first half of the knockout stage versus the second. Hopefully, we only get the second version when we get to Point Rush as well as Grand Finals. Caramel will be your MVP. 5 eliminations, 3,536 on the damage alongside 2 headshots. And the weapon of choice this time around was the grenade launcher.
The M79. The man does not miss too many shots, and we've definitely seen a couple of those nades actually connecting on some poor fellows. They didn't deserve that. They really don't. But still, Caramel still looking great, right? If he is coming off with 5 eliminations, it really begs the question, how many total elimination points did they walk away from this match?
Oh yeah, absolutely right, because it was a pretty massive game for AG Global. Towards the final sequence, they had about 15 eliminations, and we should be able to see exactly how much they concluded that match with. But either way, it should be close to a 30 bomber on this game, which is very impressive. They have had 3 booyahs from the day. Earlier on at Kalahari, they hit the 31 as well, still with the exact same lineup of active and passive skills. The triple Tatsuya as well as the A124 still does it for them.
Yep, they're crushing it. Currently, okay, so 4, 10, 13, 18 total elimination points. And for some reason, not being the top in terms of damage and also not the top in terms of eliminations and even the headshots. This is a first.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, this is good. This is great for AG Global. You don't want your main player to always be the top performer on your squad. You need to be able to see that the rest of the players do manage to step it up as well. 3 out of 4 players are on our elimination leaderboard here. So AG Global definitely farmed quite a number of the eliminations, but the king is Raja himself. 8 eliminations, has to be proud of himself. Attack all around, checked out. Buriram checked out. In fact, they were forced to get checked out by Toda.
That's so crazy. Let's look at our key players here. Raja still 8 eliminations total, 1 more being the highest damage dealer, and stopped with the most amount of headshots of this game. Pretty much tied up with his counterpart as well. Hopefully we get to see the full standings here, because I am a little curious. Vamos didn't exactly get too many points, but from position alone, I would only imagine that Hua overtook them. We'll double check that in a little bit, but let's look at our MVP leaders.
Absolutely, and of course the MVP leaders now taken over by Dew. 7 eliminations in total, 7 MVPs in total, 207 eliminations. He has officially overtaken Wasana with the Ilims. Dew finally chugging in the effort. Moshi kind of falling away. Ma'al hasn't really been able to enjoy the top spot ever since the fabulous week of RRQ kind of died down. But this is a fantastic finisher for the knockout stage as far as AG Global is concerned.
When you got a team that wants to get you up that MVP leaderboard, anything is possible. 30 points to conclude this final match for AG Global, with Torak achieving 24, 16 eliminations, and Falcons not too far behind them with 14 points of their own.
Toda on the 24 is just a miracle. Expand consistently performing, consistently showing up in that final circle is mind-blowing. Falcons, obviously did a lot to get up here, but could not outdo the performance of Toda, which is even more impressive. But towards the bottom, Buriram United, RRQ kind of bombing out too early here. It's truly a surprise throughout the whole day.
It's genuinely kind of funny. Considering how many weeks of gameplay we've seen and what to expect, this really breaks the mold. One of the outliers here at day 17. But Now looking at the summary, AG clearly on top with 121 points. A great week for them thus far, even for attack all around, almost breaking into 3 digits. Even so, Buriram 72 and Falcons at 81.
Oh, yeah. The Falcons overtaking Buriram is just another highlight here. I did not expect that. I was thinking Falcons were struggling quite a little bit, but there was just some consistent effort all throughout those matches just to climb up the leaderboard little by little. But obviously, we have to take our focus over to the right-hand side. 614 points now for PE Sports, and they still have not overtaken TOW.
Yep. It looks like PE is going to be the goalposts that Heavy and as well as Onyx are looking to beat here. And it's very possible. It's not like they can't achieve 60 points within the day, but they need to be extremely consistent here. If they don't have at least, even if they do bow out early in the first 2 maps, they need some big points to bring them back.
I mean, this is just a tad bit too crazy for me. Tomorrow, Heavy will be in contention for the top 12 spot, and they'll have to kick out their brothers PE Sports. And I don't think they want to look forward to it, but they have to look forward to doing something crazy like that. Onyx Olympus is a team that's very proficient at picking up points as well. They are going to have quite the bit of hustle thrown in. And Onyx needs 62 points just to catch up with PE Sports. So if they hit 63, there's a huge possibility they can contest for the qualifier into Point Rush. But they'll have to fight for all of those points up against Heavy tomorrow.
We need big games for them. The fact that Onyx has been able to achieve 4 booyahs here at FFWS already, Southeast Asia, it gives a lot of hope that maybe Onyx lost a little bit of mojo halfway through the tourney. And now that they're pushed into a corner, it's a good time for them to explode. Same can be said for Heavy as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, both of these teams, we can look forward to their performance tomorrow because we've got one final day in this knockout stage. It's day 18. It's coming up to your screens tomorrow, same time, same exact place. As far as Group A is concerned, though, this is it. It is all done and completed already. Tomorrow it's going to be Group B versus C, Gideon.
Yep. Honestly, I'm genuinely happy because, again, I've been casting a lot of the B and C groups. I finally get a couple of A and Bs, and I get it now. And I'm glad that we at least get to see before we close this all out that Malaysia is there. Maybe we're in the rebuilding phase. Maybe, you know, we don't have the secret sauce just yet, but we just need time.
Yeah, I'm glad that we will be able to catch a little bit of performance coming through here from Toda and Expand once again. We've been missing them out for quite a little bit. So if they can make that recovery, I'll be more than happy to see exactly what they can get done out there. As far as Star Knights are concerned, though, this is most definitely the end of the road. This was their final opportunity to pick up the points. They faltered yesterday. They faltered once again today. So it's an unfortunate miss for the Indonesian region. But once again, the final hope for Onyx Olympus to make it through, to have that home ground advantage for Point Rush as well as Grand Finals could make the world of difference because they can come from absolutely nowhere towards maybe the top. That home ground advantage is a huge thing.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, any events that are being held in Indonesia specifically, the crowds, what I know for sure, they are extremely big. You will see lines lining up all the way onto the main roads. The highways are going to be filled up. The entire stadium is going to be extremely loud too. So hopefully the noise canceling earphones is going to be enough for all the players visiting.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that brings us to a wrap on day 17. Make sure you are here to join us on the final day of the knockout stage tomorrow. Once again, the exact same time, exact same place. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with the one and only Gideon Q. Signing off. You guys have a good night.